Madam Clerk, the time is 7 p.m. on Tuesday, June 23rd, 2026. I'd like to call this council meeting to order. But first, the land acknowledgement. The town of Aurora acknowledges that the Anishinaabe lands on which we live and work are the traditional and treaty territory of the Chippewas of Georgina Island, as well as many other nations whose presence here continues to this day. As the closest First Nation community to Aurora, we recognize the special relationship the Chippewas have with the lands and waters of this territory. They are the water protectors and environmental stewards of these lands, and as a municipality, we join them in these responsibilities. We further acknowledge that Aurora is part of the treaty lands of the Mississaugas and Chippewas, recognized through Treaty Number 13, as well as the Williams Treaties of 1923. A shared understanding of the rich cultural heritage that has existed for centuries and how our collective past brought us to where we are today will help us walk together into a better future. I please have a motion to approve the revised agenda, including delegation items 6.3 to 6.6. Councillor Gilliland and Councillor Thompson. Any questions or comments on the agenda?
Mr. Chair. I wanted to request to add a delegate. Name is Bailey Lester. It's regarding animal services incident and of significant public interest.
Madam Chair, question to you is this would be a 2/3 council vote?
Through you, Mr. Chair, this requires a 2/3 vote by council, and I have something prepared for council's consideration. I would just recommend that you do this separately from the approval of the agenda, so because it requires 2/3, while the approval of the agenda only requires a simple majority vote. So the motion that Councillor Gallo has proposed would be worded something like that section 32A3 and 9 of the procedure bylaw be waived to permit an additional delegation item as 6.7 or 6.7 relating to the matter that the delegates wish to speak to.
That seems kind of long and complicated. Can I just say that, is there something more simple?
Let me place it on the screen for you to read.
Okay. Councilor Gardner, did you have something to comment before I read the separate edition? Are you on mute?
Sorry, thank you. I have something to comment on the agenda, but I believe that to add somebody to the delegation, we need to have, according to our procedural bylaw, we need to have a 2/3 vote. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
Clerk?
That's correct.
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
so
we do.
it's complicated for a reason. Thank you.
Okay, so on Councillor Gallo's request, so we need a 2/3 majority vote. Got the rules of procedure. Sorry, could you put that back on, Madam Clerk? At section 32A, number 3 and 9 of the procedure bylaw be waived to permit an additional delegation as item 6.7, and that would be Bailey Lester. So call the vote. All those for?
Excuse me.
Yes, Councillor Gardner?
Why would we waive the procedural bylaw? We never waive the procedural bylaw to have a delegation added. I believe there's enough members at the, on Zoom to have that 2/3 vote. So I would ask you do
We're
that
having the vote right now.
to waive the
I think what you're
procedural bylaw.
requesting
Okay,
is what we're doing.
I'm against waiving the procedural bylaw then.
If I could take a moment to explain.
Okay, Madam Clerk?
So the delegation is not in order because it wasn't under our procedure bylaw. Each subject must be related to a business item on the agenda. So that's why the delegation was not included on the agenda. For council to hear the delegation tonight, you have to waive the procedure bylaw to allow the delegates to speak. So that's why you require waiving of the procedure bylaw. And in the other case, in the general normal cases where you didn't waive the procedure bylaw, that was because the clerk's office asked to add additional delegates beyond the limit of 2 delegations per council meeting. So that doesn't require a waiving of the procedure bylaw, and all we require is a consent from council. This aspect does require waiving of the procedure bylaw because the procedure bylaw does not allow for any delegations outside of the matter that is on the agenda.
Thank you for that explanation. I understand.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. If you could put that back on and I'll put that to the floor again. Okay, so the motion, section 32A, number 3 and 9 of the procedure bylaw be waived to permit an additional delegation as item 6.7, and that is Bailey Lester. All those in favor? That passes. Any declarations of pecuniary interest?
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Chair, sorry.
Yes.
I did, just in terms of the agenda, just a quick statement, if you allow me.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Gallo.
Before we proceed, I'd like to note that for the record, I am participating virtually from the council chambers this evening. While I respect the members may choose to attend electronically, I do not agree with the interpretation of the procedural bylaw that was used to move this meeting from town hall to a fully virtual format. In my view, section 20D addresses the location of meetings and does not clearly provide the authority to convert a regular council meeting into a fully virtual meeting under these circumstances. I believe public meetings should be accessible and transparent as possible, which is why I chose to attend the council chambers this evening. I appreciate the residents who have taken the time to follow tonight's proceeding, whether online or in town hall.
Thank you, Councillor Gallo. Madam Clerk, do you have any comments to Councillor Gallo's comments?
Yes, and it's what was supplied through email, that the mayor has authorized the decision to move the council meeting and audit committee meeting to fully virtual with no public attendance, and that's permitted under section 20D1 of the procedure bylaw. And then under section 20I6 of the procedure bylaw, the clerk prescribes the method of the virtual attendance, which is this Zoom meeting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, I'm going to move on to pecuniary interest.
Excuse
Councillor
me.
Gardner, you have a
Yes.
pecuniary interest?
No, but I did say I had something to add when you asked for the approval of the agenda. So I
Go
also
ahead, Councillor Gardner.
thank you, thank you, Councillor Kim and Mr. Chair. In my opinion, there's nothing in our procedural bylaw that allows council to hold this Zoom meeting I'm very familiar with the section that was quoted, and it's actually appears in the procedural bylaw because of something happened in my first term of council and has nothing to do with video meetings. And I would also like to say this is the second last council meeting of our council term. And I believe that it would have been right to hold this meeting in the council chamber, and it would be respectful to the residents we represent, not on Zoom. Thank you.
Moving on. Declarations of.
Mr. Chair, if I could.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I think we missed approving the agenda with the additional delegation request. If we could just go back and
Sure.
Get a vote.
A mover and a seconder for the revised agenda, please. Councillor Gilliland, Councillor Thompson, all those in favor? That carries. Thanks for the reminder, Madam Clerk. Declarations of pecuniary interest. Seeing none, we move on to community presentations. Okay, so we have one presentation. Sparrow AI's Youth Programmer regarding John West Memorial Leaders of Tomorrow Scholarship Award. If you can please state your name and be reminded that you have 10 minutes for your presentation.
Sorry about that. Is my voice coming through okay?
Yep, I can hear you loud and clear.
Awesome. So I'm Sparrow AI's. I am the youth programmer for the town of Aurora. Good evening, members of council, distinguished guests, family members, friends, and everyone joining us here this evening. It is always a privilege to gather and celebrate the incredible young people who call Aurora home. Over the past year, our community has continued to demonstrate what makes Aurora such a special place to live, work, and grow. Whether through community events, volunteer initiatives, artistic achievements, athletic accomplishments, or acts of service, Aurora's youth continue to lead by example and remind us that the future of our community is in very capable hands. Tonight, we have the opportunity to recognize two outstanding young leaders through the John West Memorial Leaders of Tomorrow Scholarship Award. This award honors students who have demonstrated exceptional leadership, service, character, and commitment to making life better for others. This year's recipients embody the values that John West championed throughout his life: community service, compassion, leadership, and a dedication to helping others succeed. Through their actions, they have strengthened our community and inspired those around them. It is my honor to share a little bit about each of our winners' remarkable journeys. Our first winner is Catherine Wang. Catherine's story is one of inclusion, collaboration, and advocacy. Throughout her time at Dr. G.W. Williams Secondary School, she has consistently sought opportunities to bring people together and create meaningful connections within her school and community. As student council president, she recognized that many student groups shared common goals but often worked independently of one another. Rather than accepting that as reality, she helped foster a culture of collaboration, encouraging clubs to combine their talents and resources to create stronger and more impactful initiatives for students. Her passion for inclusion extends far beyond student government. As co-founder of the Asian Students Association, Catherine helped create opportunities for students to celebrate cultural diversity, challenge stereotypes, and build greater understanding amongst her peers. Through educational initiatives and community events, she worked to ensure that students from every background felt represented, respected, and welcomed. One of Catherine's most meaningful contributions involved helping create an art gallery and workshop program focused on raising awareness and acceptance of individuals with autism spectrum disorder. Through art, education, and direct engagement with children and their families, she helped foster a more inclusive environment where everyone felt valued and supported. Perhaps most importantly, Catherine has demonstrated the courage to stand up for others, even when doing so is difficult. Whether advocating for cultural understanding or challenging discriminatory behavior, she has shown that true leadership means using your voice to create positive change. This fall, Catherine will continue her educational journey at my own alma mater, McMaster University. Go Marauders! With her, she brings the values of service, inclusion, and leadership that have already made such a positive impact here in Aurora. Catherine, we are incredibly proud of everything you've accomplished and grateful for the difference you have made in our community. Congratulations. Our second winner is Alyssa Premiani. Alyssa's story is one of compassion, resilience, and service to others. Throughout her high school years at Cardinal Carter Catholic High School, Alyssa has consistently demonstrated that leadership is not defined by titles, but by actions. Whether supporting younger students, mentoring future leaders, or creating opportunities for children to thrive, she has made helping others the foundation of her work. Alyssa's commitment to community service is deeply personal. Inspired by supporting her younger brother through leukemia treatment, she transformed a difficult family experience into opportunities to help others facing similar challenges. Through her business, Alyssa Nicole Designs, she has donated handmade gemstone bracelets to pediatric oncology patients and youth involved in mental health programs, providing comfort, encouragement, and hope to young people during difficult times. She has also volunteered with the Super Sophia Project, helping prepare care packages for children in hospitals and ensuring they feel supported and cared for. Closer to home, Alyssa has become a familiar face within Aurora's recreation programs. Over the past few years, I have had the pleasure of working alongside Alyssa as both a volunteer and now a program leader with the town. She has helped create positive and inclusive experiences for children and youth through sports, dance, camps, and community events. Her ability to make participants feel welcomed, valued, and confident reflect the type of leader our community is proud to celebrate. What is perhaps most impressive is her ability to balance her achievements while remaining focused on helping others. Whether mentoring future leaders, supporting children in rec programs, or giving back to families facing medical challenges, Alyssa consistently uses her talents to improve the lives of those around her. This fall, Alyssa will attend York University, where there is no doubt she will continue to build upon her passion for leadership, entrepreneurship, and community service. Alyssa, thank you for the kindness, determination, and compassion you have brought to the Aurora community. We are excited to see where your journey takes you and look forward to the impact you will continue to make in the future. To our recipients, your accomplishments are impressive, but it is your character, your commitment to others, and your willingness to lead through service that truly set you apart. The town of Aurora, mayor, and council are incredibly proud of everything you have achieved and all that you have contributed to our community. It is our honor to recognize you as the recipients of the 2026 John West Memorial Leaders of Tomorrow Scholarship Award. Congratulations. As I said earlier, Aurora's future is bright because of young leaders like you. Wherever life takes you next, know that you will always have a home here that is proud of your accomplishments and excited to celebrate your future successes. Congratulations again.
Thank you so much to everyone, the town of Aurora and the scholarship community this is truly an honor, and I'm incredibly grateful for the John West Memorial Leaders of Tomorrow Scholarship, and this award will really help me pursue my future education, and also I'm just truly honored and grateful for everyone's support. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sparrow, and congratulations to Alyssa and Catherine. May I have a motion to receive the presentation? Councillor Weiss, Councillor Gardner. Any questions or comments for the delegate? Councillor Gilman.
Thank you. Wow, that was very inspiring. I just had a very quick question, and that was about your crystal bracelets. Do you have an example with you of one right now, what they look like? I'm sure that these are items that really put a cheer on someone's face, and I'm just really curious about your talents, and if you could share maybe a little bit more about these bracelets, and then maybe where we could buy them if we really wanted to purchase them.
Yes, thank you so much. Actually, I have a couple here.
Show.
So I make a bunch of different types, depending
Nice.
on different preferences. And I actually was part of the Richmond Hills I did a bunch of the Hillcrest Mall events and also the Rib Fest, and I sold them at a lot of different community events. And I also have also sold online on Shopify and on Instagram, where I share a lot of my designs. And yeah, I'm really happy that they resonate with a lot of people and a lot of like community members and family members, friends. Everyone's very supportive, and it's really been brought a lot of like light and joy to people's days too. So I'm really grateful for all the support.
How's it going?
Thank you. Perfect. Well, if you could let us know what your Instagram handle is or your Shopify and or I think it'd be great, and the public can definitely go check it out.
Yes, my Instagram handle is alyssa.nicole.designs. And then my Shopify is Alyssa Nicole Designs. And if you type in Shopify, it should come up. And then also on Etsy, I've started to also sell there. And it's also just my business name, Alyssa Nicole Designs.
Perfect. That's awesome. And I know that we're online and your name's not popping up. We don't all remember.
Oh, yes.
But I'm sure there's different ways to spell your name. So just spell it out once, and then that way people will remember.
It is Alissa, and then Nicole, Nicole, and Designs, Designs.
Perfect. Thanks so much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yes, thanks. I really want to thank the coordinator for bringing the names forward to us. It was a great presentation tonight. And of course, congratulate both Catherine and Alyssa. Sorry you couldn't be here in person. It's always nice to see people who are leaders in this community and entrepreneurs like you are. So thanks for all the work you do, and congratulations on your awards.
Thank you, Councilor Weiss. Anyone else? So I just want to congratulate again Alyssa and Catherine for young people like you to have the empathy that you do, because the leadership, you don't have effective leadership unless you have empathy for those around you. And these days, to get anywhere in life, to get a job or whatever, having a high emotional IQ is always up there. And for you guys to have it at this young an age is pretty extraordinary. So just want to thank you and keep it up, and best wishes in your future endeavors and school. Okay, so I'll call the vote. All in favor? And that passes.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt one more time. We have to do the recorded votes through the eScribe portal. So Julia is going to send out the votes and present the motion on the screen, and then we'll do that.
Right, thanks for reminding us. So everyone, if you have your eScribe on your iPad or any other form, if you could vote through eScribe.
Awaiting Councillor Gilliland's vote.
Okay, that passes. Thank you again, Sparrow, Alyssa, and Catherine. Okay, so we're moving on to delegations. We have 6 this evening. Delegation 6.1, Corey Jackson, resident regarding item 8.8.2, application for OPA and ZBA on 16,003 Yonge Street, 255 and 219 Old Yonge Street. Please state your name, and please be reminded that you have 5 minutes for your delegation, and you'll see the timer on the top of your screen. Corey?
Mr. Chair, I'm just letting Corey into the meeting. Just taking a couple minutes right now.
Sure.
Corey, if you could hear us, could you turn on your... There you go.
Hello?
Hear you. Okay. We can hear you, Corey. You can begin when you're ready. You have 5 minutes.
I'm hearing an echo.
Still hear echo now?
Hello? Is that a little better?
I could hear a slight echo, but it doesn't prevent me from hearing you.
Yeah, hearing a really bad echo.
Corey, this is Anne. Do you have YouTube running in the background?
Hold on. I'm aware of that. I've turned it off.
Are you still hearing an echo now?
Is that better? I'm still hearing an echo.
And any other suggestions?
Maybe Councillor Kim, you have to mute yourself.
Okay, I'm going to mute it right now. If you can speak again.
Is that happening at my end?
I muted myself and I'm still hearing echo, but just slightly. It might be more on your end than us hearing it from our end.
I don't have the meeting on any other device in the background. Should I try going to another part of the house?
And should we give Corey 5 minutes and move on to the next
Maybe
delegate?
Councillor Weiss has to mute as well. I think everybody has to mute, except for the speaker, maybe.
Okay, so everyone go on mute, please. And Corey, if you can start in 3 seconds.
Hold on, I'll just adjust this window. Is that better? And people can hear me now? Okay, so I'll begin then, shall I? Okay. Good evening. My name is Corey Jackson. I speak in reference to the application for OPA and ZBA 16003 Yonge Street and 255 and 219 Old Yonge Street. In the MHBC Planning Justification Report dated April 2025, page 34, there is a description of the site of these subject lands as having a so-called challenging topography. It suggests that the proposed multi-residential building placement integrates seamlessly with the surrounding landscape. This is blatantly untrue. At 5 stories plus the mechanical level on the rooftop, it is evident even from the concept drawing that this building will be squashed right up into the highest section of the subject lands. It will dwarf on its south border every neighboring condo residence on Terra Hill Circle beside it. Amendments to the original proposal by the applicant were noted at the town meeting on June 2nd, 2026. These amendments are nowhere near making the integration of this building seamless. The core issue remains the same. It is still a 5-story building that is too massive for the physical constraints of the land. Good planning requires harmonious relationship between a building's mass and the physical capabilities of its site. According to Town of Aurora zoning bylaw 6000-17, the performance standards for an RA2 zone represent the established threshold for safe, sustainable apartment development. The applicant is requesting 7 major performance standard reliefs. Number 1, a 66% reduction in front yard setback, 9 meters to 3 meters. Number 2, a 91% reduction in the stair to property line safety buffer, 4.5 meters to 0.4 meters. Number 3, a 40% increase in structural yard encroachment limits, 2 meters to 2.8 meters. Number 4, a 50% reduction in front landscape strip width, 3 meters to 1.5 meters. Number 5, a 14% narrowing of standard driveway safety lanes, 3.5 meters to 3 meters. Number 6, a 14% reduction in standard parking maneuvering aisles, 7 meters to 6 meters. Number 7, an 82% reduction of mandatory indoor amenity space allocations, 50% down to 9%. Evaluated cumulatively, these variations demonstrate that this proposed building could not by any stretch of the imagination integrate seamlessly into the low-rise established neighborhood. Indeed, the lack of a so-called seamless quality will very likely increase as time goes on. As one example, should this proposed building be constructed, the long stand of mature cedar trees on its south property line would be inevitably compromised. Even with the aforementioned amendments, the root system of these cedar trees would suffer with the construction of the proposed building's large underground multi-car garage. Excuse me. In addition, the designated regional Greenland system, which comprises more than half of the subject lands, look more like wetlands to me. This is the area on a very large section of the subject lands on the southeast corner of the Yonge Street St. John Side Road intersection. I personally have walked beside this corner several times a week over a period of years and can attest to this directly. Even in the driest weather, this area is a wet and marshy bog. To say the least, issues of potential flooding and water damage caused by this proposed building would not long render it seamlessly integrated to the Terre Hill Circle community, nor to the extended community generally. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. Can I have a mover and a seconder to receive and refer the comments of the delegation? Okay, Councillor Gallo, Councillor Gardner. Any questions or comments for the delegate? Councillor Gardner.
Thank you very much for coming forward with this information. It sounds to me like you're extremely familiar and aware of this property. And I didn't know some of the things that you said. So thank you very much. I do agree with what you said. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Wendy.
As for questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. This will be on the East Grab.
Councillors Weiss and Gilliland, please.
Not showing. Yes.
Councillor Weiss, please.
It's not showing here. My vote's yes.
Yeah, if you can just put that as a yes. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Corey. Okay, next, delegation 6.2, Currie resident regarding the same item 8.8.2 for OPA and ZBA on 16,003 Yonge Street, 255 and 219 Old Yonge Street. Please state your name and please be reminded that you have 5 minutes for your delegation. And again, you'll see the timer on the top of the screen.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Kim Currie. I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. The development that we're discussing is about taking down 2 single-family homes and replacing them with 140-plus homes. I understand the need for more housing, but I have serious concerns about the way this is being approached. First, I'd like to talk about safety. Adding a high number of residents to a small, quiet neighborhood will inevitably increase traffic. More cars means more congestion, more difficulty for emergency vehicles, and greater risk for pedestrians, especially children and seniors. These are not small issues. They directly affect our day-to-day lives. There are school buses traveling along Old Yonge, a retirement building on the other side of St. John's, the new girls' school on the other side of Yonge, people walking and riding bikes and accessing the trail system. It's already extremely difficult to cross the road without compounding the issue. 30 years ago, a child was tragically struck and killed on Old Yonge at O'Hara as they exited a school bus. I cannot begin to imagine what that family went through, and it breaks my heart at the thought of that possibly happening again. A number of years later, there was a car accident on Old Yonge due to poor line of sight and on-street parking. As a result, I requested that the town designate the stretch of Old Yonge north of Tara Hill as no parking. More recently, I had a conversation with the mayor about the volume and speed of traffic in the general area. At the time, I suggested we needed a speed camera, especially in the wetland area. The intersection at Yonge and St. John's Side Road has been called a hotspot for accidents, and there's a Reddit thread discussing the problem. With all of the development in the vicinity, traffic is getting worse and worse, and safety is being compromised. There are also environmental concerns that can't be ignored. While building more housing is important, this does not automatically mean every project is environmentally friendly. Construction itself comes with significant environmental costs, more materials, more waste on a project of this scale. Protection of the existing wetland and tree canopy needs to be taken seriously. If it's not carefully managed, the development will increase noise, worsen local air quality, and put more strain on local green space and animals. We've talked a lot about consideration for the character and livability of the neighborhood. I'll just reiterate that low-rise areas are designed to be quieter, greener, and more community-oriented. Introducing a large building adds the risk of overshadowing homes, reducing privacy, and fundamentally changing the feel of the neighborhood. With all of that said, I'm not opposed to growth. I'm suggesting smart and responsible growth. I recognize that this project is being pushed forward due to its proximity to the Yonge Street corridor, but this, in my opinion, is a technicality, since the proposed building is not on Yonge Street, it's along Old Yonge. The piece of land that fronts Yonge is not designed for pedestrians and does not have the infrastructure to sustain it. Further, as we've heard in other meetings, sidewalks cannot be created without negatively impacting the wetland. I jog along that stretch of Yonge sometimes, and it's very scary with the traffic blasting past. While that's my choice, developing a building will be forcing pedestrians onto Yonge Street. We all want a sustainable future, but that future must also be safe, balanced, and respectful of the community. If the planned change was to build townhouses, the new development would pose fewer safety risks for the residents, environmental protections could be better implemented, and it could be better integrated with the existing neighborhood. I urge Council to listen to residents and consider whether the apartment-style development truly serves the best interests of this neighborhood and future residents. Please consider revising the development plan for consideration at a future planning meeting.
Thank you, Kim. I have a mover to receive and a seconder to review the comments of the delegation. Councilor Thompson, Councilor Gallo. Any questions or comments for the delegate? Councilor Gardner.
Sorry, Councillor Kim, I think I'm muted.
Can hear you.
Oh, fantastic. To the delegate, I know it's hard to get up and make a delegation. And you're very sincere in what you're saying. And like the former delegate, I think you've made a lot of excellent points. Thank you for coming forward.
Thank you. Thank you.
The call for questions. Okay. Thank you very much, Kim. So I'll call the vote. All in favor? Oh, he's quiet. Keep on forgetting.
Councillor Gardner, please.
Thank you. I don't have anything on my screen. It's a yes.
That carries. Move on to delegation 6.3, Trish Lear, resident, regarding the same item, 8.8.2. If you could please state your name and be reminded that you have 5 minutes, and you'll see the timer on the top of your screen. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of council. My name is Trish Lear, and I'm a resident of Aurora. I'm here tonight to provide you with some facts behind why squeezing a 5-story mass into the buildable portion of 16003 Yonge and 255-219 Yonge Street is a direct hazard to residents and is quite simply a textbook case of poor planning. Good planning requires a harmonious relationship between a building's mass and the physical capabilities of the site. I didn't look at opinions. I looked at the math, using the town of Aurora's own legislated baseline standards. The applicant is not asking for 1 or 2 minor tweaks. They're demanding 7 major performance standard reliefs simultaneously. I'm going to list 5, and I'll let the numbers speak for themselves. They want to cut the front yard setback by 66%, 9 meters to 3 meters. They're requesting a 14% reduction of standard driveway safety lanes to 20 centimeters either side, and a 14% reduction in standard parking maneuvering aisles. Narrowing the operational lanes prevents standard fire equipment or ambulances from easily moving through the site under high-stress emergency conditions, posing a massive safety hazard to the residents of the new building. They want to slash the required front landscape strip in half, 3 meters to 1.5 meters. They want to reduce the mandatory indoor amenity space for residents by a staggering 82%, taking it down from a healthy 50% to just 9%. And to make the building fit, they're pushing the concrete structural stairs to within 40 centimeters. That's a small, small distance. That's a 91% reduction in the town's safety buffer, 4.5 meters to 40 centimeters. Individually, these are substantial. Cumulatively, there are mathematical proof that the building's physicality suffocates the buildable land on this site. The project can only exist with systematically underperforming on municipal standards designed to protect public safety and occupant livability. Look at the site's functionality. The safety buffer between the structural stairs and the public property line exists to protect the public. Reducing the buffer between the concrete stairs and the property line from 4.5 meters to just down to 40 centimeters creates blind spots for pedestrians, eliminates any physical recovery zone for winter slips, and guarantees that private maintenance and entry congestion will spill over into and create blockages. It's a textbook example of overbuilding, where public safety and accessibility are compromised simply because the building footprint takes up too much of the buildable lot. The applicant attempts to justify these massive safety and zoning restrictions by claiming this is a regional corridor development. But looking at York Region's own criteria, this is a total illusion. There's no reasonable and direct walking distances between the regional corridor street frontage. It's not a desired and appropriate location for intensification. This is not compatible with and well transitioned to adjacent or adjoining lands. Because of the site's severe western slope and EP zoning, they cannot build on Yonge Street. Instead, their application explicitly asks to deem Old Yonge Street as the front lot line. Doesn't that mean that the building is no longer on the regional corridor? It doesn't meet the criteria listed for regional corridor. Instead, it forces an entire physical massing onto Old Yonge Street, which is a narrow, historic, low-density residential roadway that's not designed for this density. Members of council, an overdevelopment of this magnitude on this site does not constitute good planning. It forces a building away from its intended regional and transit corridor. It compromises resident safety, and it wipes out mandatory livability standards and harms a historic neighborhood. I urge you to stand by the high standards established in Aurora's comprehensive zoning bylaw. Please reject this application this evening as is and demand development that fits the physical constraints of that piece of land. Thank you very much for your time and your leadership.
Thank you, Trish. May I have a mover and a seconder to receive and refer the comments of the delegation? Councillor Gilman, Councillor Ruiz. Any questions or comments for the delegate? Councillor Gardner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Again, to this delegate, thank you for adding your view and your experience to this application, and thank you very much for coming forward.
Any comments or questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much, Trish. I'll call the vote. All in favor, or sorry, will be on e-scribe.
Councillor Gardner?
I can't see the direction to vote, so I'm a yes.
Carries. Thank you. Move to delegation 6.4, Mr. Rocco Morsillo, regarding the same item, 8.8.2, regarding 16,003 Yonge Street and 255 and 219 Old Yonge Street. Please state your name and be reminded that you have 5 minutes. for your delegation, and you'll see the timer on the top.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight regarding the proposed development of 16003 Yonge Street. I'd like to thank the developer and our planning department for considering the environmental and heritage impact this proposal encounters and tailoring the project to suit these priorities. I am here on behalf of concerned residents and myself. We're asking Council to carefully consider the real impacts this development will have on our community, in particular traffic flow, pedestrian safety, and accessibility. While this project is being presented as a development on Yonge Street and positioned within a major transit corridor, the reality is quite different. This development does not have direct functional access to Yonge Street. Instead, all vehicle traffic and pedestrian movement will be funneled through Old Yonge Street, which is a road that is already heavily congested and faces significant traffic challenges today. This distinction does matter. A major transit corridor should provide direct, safe, and efficient access to transit and infrastructure. In this case, residents, visitors, delivery vehicles, emergency services will depend on Old Yonge Street, creating additional pressure on an already strained roadway. Residents are deeply concerned about what this means for traffic congestion, especially during peak hours. More importantly, there's some serious unanswered questions about pedestrian safety. How will pedestrians safely access the intersections of Yonge and St. John's? At present, there is no clear sidewalk, infrastructure, or complete pedestrian network that would allow residents to safely walk from transit businesses or services. Without sidewalks and safe pedestrian connections, it's difficult to justify this as a transit-supportive development. Sidewalks and pedestrian accessibilities are not minor details. They are fundamental requirements for a project of this scale. Before moving forward, residents are asking for greater clarity from the developer. What specific traffic mitigation measures are being proposed to divert or reduce pressure on Old Yonge Street? How will pedestrian access be safely established? What infrastructure improvements are being committed to before this development proceeds? Growth is important, housing is needed, but growth must be planned responsibly. It must prioritize safety, infrastructure, and quality of life of the existing and the future residents. We ask Council to ensure the critical concerns are addressed before any approvals are considered. I'm asking that this development plan be revised and come back to a future planning meeting for consideration. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I may have a mover and a seconder to receive and refer the comments of the delegation. Councillor Gallo, Councillor Gallo, Councillor Gilliland. Any questions or comments for the delegate? Councillor Weiss?
Thank you. And I'm just waiting. Thank you. So
You're on mute, Councillor Weiss.
No. Have it now. So let me thank you once again, Mr. Morsillo. I neglected to thank the others because I knew we're going to have a few more. I've seldom seen such a thorough review of a planning application that I've seen from the four of you here. I've been ticking off the boxes here, and I want to thank you all for the work that you've done to bring this forward to council.
Thank you, Councillor Weiss. Councillor Gallo, or sorry, Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for chairing this meeting. Not an easy meeting. I also thank Mr. Morsillo. I know he cares a lot about this area. In fact, he cares so much about this area, the others in this area, that he's running for council. So thank you for coming forward with the other people who have already spoken. And I appreciate your thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Gardner. Any other comments? I'll call the votes. Beyond Eastscribe. Okay, that carries. Moving on to Delegation 6.6. Mr. Shawn Deane, Budget Voice Aurora regarding items 8.2.3, 8.2.5, 8.4.2, 8.7.2, and 9.4.
Mr. Chair, I think you missed one.
Did I? Oh, sorry. Thanks, Councilor Gallo. Delegation 6.5, excuse me. Mr. Kemal, President of MHBC Planning, regarding the same 8.8.2 for 16,003 Yonge Street, 255 and 219 Old Yonge Street. If you could please state your name and be reminded that you have 5 minutes for your delegation, and the timer will be on the top of the screen.
Sorry, just making sure. Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you.
Thank you. I think I have a presentation. I just want to make sure that that's pulled up. Thank you. I'll get started now. Good evening, and thank you for having us here tonight. My name is Kemal. I'm a registered professional planner with MHBC Planning, assisting with the planning approvals for the lands located at 16003 Yonge Street and 219 and 255 Old Yonge. I've appeared before this council for the public meeting for this application in November and attended the committee meeting earlier this month as well. Before we begin, I'd like to acknowledge the extensive planning process that has brought us here today. This process, I just want to reiterate a little bit of history. This process began in early 2024, during which we worked with the Conservation Authority over the course of a year to establish the proper developable limits of this site and protect the environmental features. From there, it was then that we prepared and submitted an application in April 2025, conducted public engagement throughout the fall, and made our final submission in the spring of this year. We've received substantial feedback through this process, and which has helped shape the vision. It's helped change the building, helped flag major concerns and considerations. So tonight, council is considering the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment applications recommended for approval by staff and endorsed by committee earlier this month. Together, these applications establish a framework to permit a 5-story residential building and the relocation of the existing red house, the heritage house that sits on 16003 today. I note that the approval tonight is not the end of this process. There's still a whole site plan approval process where we get into the real nitty-gritty details, where additional design refinements can occur. Next slide, please. The proposed residential building will provide 148 residential units ranging from 1 to 3 bedroom apartments. Access to the apartment will be provided through an existing driveway along Yonge Street that will connect to 2 levels of underground parking. An amendment has been incorporated into the bylaw to allow for a reduction in the width of the driveway lanes from 3.5 to 3 meters. The appropriateness of the driveway has been studied through our transportation study, which concluded that the lane widths are sufficient, and has also been reviewed by town and regional staff, concluding the same. Emergency access, there's also a secondary emergency access only that's provided on Old Yonge. And again, that is only for emergency access. So in the case of an emergency, that access can be used. Otherwise, it's only through the Yonge Street access. Indoor and outdoor amenity will be provided through the proposed development, including an expansive rooftop terrace. While the development does meet the overall amenity requirements, an amendment was required to reduce the proportion of indoor amenity area. And this amendment is appropriate given the development is primarily comprised of larger units, 2 and 3 bedroom, most of which include private patios or balconies that provide the additional amenity living space that would complement the substantial outdoor amenity space. The proposal provides for a walkway that runs along the frontage of Old Yonge Street. This is a private walkway provided on Old Yonge and continues along the southern interface of the development. And the walkway will provide safe connection to Old Yonge Street. And from there, you can go across the street, down the sidewalks and south to transit. Municipal sidewalk is not currently provided on Old Yonge Street on the west side. However, we are dedicating the land to the municipality should the town choose to provide a sidewalk in the future. So there's a 4.5 meter widening being given, which is the main reason why a lot of our setback requirements seem so close to Old Yonge. It's because we have to give up a lot of frontage. Through the development of the existing Red House, which is located at 16003 Yonge Street, that's going to be relocated to the north end of the site, and the building will be restored to its original use as a single-family residential house. And this relocation was endorsed by the Heritage Committee. There are several site-specific amendments that are being required to implement the development. The need for these amendments doesn't mean that the proposal is inconsistent with the town's vision for growth, but rather that the town zoning bylaw was primarily originally designed for more single detached greenfield development. And so we've made modifications to adapt it to appropriately address infill development, such as the one proposed here. Next slide, please. There has been... Can I continue or do I have to stop? Or?
No, please continue.
Thank you. There has been extensive public engagement for the proposal, including an open house, a public meeting in the fall, and in addition to that, more informal small group discussions with residents throughout the application process. Feedback received at these meetings led to several meaningful design refinements. First, we reduced the unit count, reduced from 152 to 148. We increased the parking supply to ensure that we had 1 parking space per unit. Through the public engagement opportunities, one of the reoccurring concerns.
Just slowly wrap up, please.
Sure. One of the major concerns was the south interface. We stepped back the underground garage, the terraces that are on the ground floor, and stepped back even further the 4th and 5th floor. And you can see those changes on that screen above. Next slide, please. And what we also did is we went out and surveyed the actual cedar hedge, made sure we got the proper heights, the proper grades, and delineated where, because we heard privacy and overlook was a concern. The image on the left shows a visual diagram looking from the 4th and 5th floors of what you would see, which is ideally the
wrap
roof.
up in like 2 sentences.
Next slide, please.
I'm happy to do a motion to extend.
It's okay. I'm at the tail end. To conclude, we support staff's recommendation to approve the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment on the basis that the proposal enables appropriate intensification along a regional corridor, is respectful and compatible with the surrounding context, represents good planning. I appreciate you listening and thank you for your indulgence in letting me go over time. Happy to answer questions.
Thanks, Oz. May I have a motion to receive and refer the comments of the delegation? Councillor Gardner, Councillor Gilliland, any comments or questions? Councillor Gilliland?
Did you say me? Just a question about some of the delegates.
If I can interrupt you, if you wouldn't mind blurring your screen, because we can't have signs and placards while we have our council meeting. So if you can just blur the background, please.
Someone can show me how. I'm happy to.
Madam Clerk, can you provide some guidance on how to do that? Or Julia, or can any staff help Councillor Gallo on how to blur the screen on Zoom?
Yeah, Councillor Gallo, in the stop video button, there's a little up arrow.
Sorry, where?
In the bottom left corner, there's a mute button and a stop video. And on the stop video, there's an up button. If you hit the little up button, the arrow up, there's a menu that opens. And it allows you to blur your background. Don't hit the actual button, just the up arrow. And then a little menu will pop up and it'll say blur my background. Right now, you're not on video.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see it. It's like the second to the left. It's a video icon, and then there's, instead of a drop down, there's an up arrow.
I don't have.
And then I'll say, give you the option of blur my background or auto frame my video.
You can see me, otherwise not going to. Please get the idea.
Just have to hit more. You hit more and then video and effects, the bottom right.
Got it.
Okay, there you go. Thank you, Councillor Gallo.
The one of the delegates, or a few of them, had spoken to traffic. Can you speak to the studies that were done, as well as the sidewalk on the east side? You had mentioned that I think you're leaving a right of way there, but you're leaving it up to the town to install in future time.
Sure.
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Nice.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. There was several, actually, there was a lot of studies that were done for this. Noise studies, arborist report, servicing study, traffic study was done, reviewed by town staff and reviewed by the region, and was deemed adequate, and they both signed off on that. We did slope stability assessments, environmental impact studies, vegetation management reports. We did a full plethora of studies, revised those studies based on comments received, had those reviewed, and everything was signed off on. Now, the sidewalk issue that you just raised. So what we're doing is, and a lot of the reasons that our building seems a lot closer than it is it was through the application process that town staff advised that the right-of-way width of Old Yonge on our side of the street, on the west side, didn't have the appropriate right-of-way width. So what happens in an application is you give up that right-of-way width, the appropriate amount, so that the full 20 meters is given on Old Yonge. So previously, I think it was about 16 meters, which is likely why you didn't have the sidewalk on the west side. So through this application, we're giving up 4.5 meters of our frontage into the site in order to allow for the ability for a sidewalk. And the sidewalk, like the details of the sidewalk, that can be fleshed out through a future. Again, as I was saying at the beginning, this is just to allow for the built form to take place. We still have a whole nother process to go through with staff at site plan. And at that time, if one of the requirements through site plan was a sidewalk, that's something we'll take back and talk to the client about it, how we can try to address that. Maybe there's some sort of cost share arrangement or something that can be addressed through site plan approval. We understand what the residents are saying. It starts with making sure you have the adequate right of way, and the town is getting that free and clear through this application.
Okay, thank you. I'll be speaking to Mr. Ramuna once the item comes up. Thanks.
Thank you. I believe Councillor Gilland had her hand up.
Thank you. Just quick question, I guess, and we will probably talk to about the report, but From my understanding, through Mr. Chair to the delegate, there was quite a few changes that were made through the community planning sessions, including reducing some of the residential units and increasing some of the parking and so forth. If you could just kind of reiterate a bit of that, because I just want to remind everybody, we went through a lengthy process with public planning and everything to get here. And I certainly don't want to be taking a step back, because when we kind of get this far, I feel like we should have already been able to address a lot of these basic items. And so through Mr. Chair, to the delegate, was it Mr. Oz? Is that what it says there? If you could just kind of speak to that, because I think people need to be reminded of, all the extra changes that you have made, and the fact that there's more not net developable, but there's more environmental protection lands that have been awarded to the project and so forth. I think these things need to be highlighted.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to Councillor Gilliland. Thank you for that. This process has taken a long time, and one of the first things that we had dealt with, and I've spoke to this before, was the conservation issue, and making sure that the appropriate development, if there was any development, making sure that we understood that with the Conservation Authority. So we went through an extensive, I remember walking the site 3 times now, and twice with the Conservation Authority, making sure that we got it right, making sure that the development limit was set, making sure that the Conservation Authority was satisfied with the development limit as it related to the environmental. So that was priority 1. If there was no development here, then we wouldn't be here. But what we did is we figured out that there was some development opportunity here, but the majority of it was on 16003 Yonge, and we looked at that heritage building and looked at the heritage value of it, and it has heritage value. However, there's structural issues with that building from not being used for a long time. So our second priority was making sure that, could we salvage the building, and does it make more sense to put it at a more notable location? And through our consultants, ERA Architects, with the help of town staff, we developed a heritage plan for that building. Without those 2 things, we wouldn't have even gone anywhere with an application. So if we didn't think that we could make that work and establish the environmental limit, we wouldn't have development here. And then once we thought we had a great heritage plan, we developed that. We worked together with town staff, and then we saw what we had left. So we looked after the environment, we looked after the heritage building, because those were priorities, and then we looked at what we had left. And what we did is we had and I think I've mentioned this before, previous owners wanted something much more substantial that I wasn't supporting. We got to the point of a 5-story building here, and what we heard from the community meeting, the original community meeting when we first submitted, was the southern interface, and making sure that the southern interface preserved the cedar hedge. So the original, and it wasn't the building setback itself. The building setback is 6.6 meters. It's but it's the root system, and that was an epiphany for me, because I didn't realize how important that was. So what we did is we sent our arborist back out, and what we did is we pulled the building back away after our arborist and our surveyor properly surveyed the tree line, that cedar hedge. And what we did is we made sure that we had the 3.7 meter root system protected, plus we added a little bit more, because we know that we have to go underground, and we want to make sure that that underground wall doesn't impact the root system either. So that's why you see a 4.5 meter setback and that's just to the outdoor terrace area, but the building setback is 6.6, so that we could make sure that the cedar hedge is preserved, is maintained. We also proposed a fence along that edge. We increased the width of the landscaped area. We heard people concerns about residents of that building being able to go in and out of the building. So we made sure we had a walkway along the southern edge and the easterly face on Old Yonge for the residents, so that they did have a place to kind of go out, maybe walk their pets, and they have access from there to go to the greater neighborhood. We heard the concerns about the privacy and overlook. So we actually went out and laser surveyed the height of the tree. Like, I've never even done that before in 20 plus years, but we did it. And we got the accurate heights, and we transposed that on one of the slides that I showed you earlier. And then we depicted people on the balcony and what their field of view would be. So you could see that, we've preserved the cedar hedge. We pulled the building. We pulled the fourth and fifth floor. Originally, it was 2.4 meters to the south face. Originally it was like on the fourth and fifth floor, it was 9 meters. We pulled it back to 13 meters. So you have 13 meters away from the fourth and fifth floor. And when you look at it from that angle, you're looking at the rooftops of the townhouses. You're not looking at anyone's backyard. So there was a lot of thought, and I have to say, like, I applaud our client on this, because they're not a Toronto builder. They're in Aurora. They live in Aurora. They own businesses in Aurora, and they want to see this. Like, they wanted to make sure that this did fit within the character of Aurora. So we pulled the fourth and fifth floor back. We pulled the terraces back. We increased that setback to the south interface. We provided a walkway for our building. We made sure that the town has the ability to provide a sidewalk in the future, while looking after the heritage house and while looking after the environment. A lot of good moves were done here. And that's why I say, like, with confidence, that this is good planning.
Sir Gilman?
Thank you. I appreciate that. I think it was worth revisiting all the positive things as well. I mean, obviously, well, we can't be pleased about everything or please everyone. But I am actually kind of happy to learn that the property owner is an Auroran and owns businesses here. So I think that it does make it a little bit more extra special, in the sense that they're very cognizant of wanting to have good stewardship in the way that they develop. Through Mr. Chair, to Mr. Chair, do you think I could ask Madam Clerk to pull up that slide the delegate was referring to with the laser, just so I could see what he was referring to, and the public could see what he was referring to?
Sure. Madam Clerk or Julia, can you put that slide up?
It's slide 4 of 5.
Bear with me. I'll bring that up momentarily.
Thank you.
I am very interested in the fact that, you did use that laser. I know you did step it back. I do appreciate when you did meet with the community that you did, you listened and you made some changes that were pretty significant, by not only reducing the amount of units, but also of the density, but also the setbacks. And I think that was really important. I think that was a major concern on the southern side, is making sure that they didn't feel like they had people that were overpowering them or looking over. And I think that was a major concern for a lot of us as well in council.
That's right. So on your left, you can see, so what we did is we had, so in order to create this image, and a lot of times what you'll see is a stock tree image or something like that. What we did is we measured the width of that cedar hedge. We measured the height of the cedar edge. And then we stepped, like, we kept stepping the building back until you were seeing the roof line. And so we just made sure that anyone who's on basically the third floor is looking into the cedar hedge, and anyone on the fourth floor or fifth floor, you can see we've stepped back the fifth floor and the fourth and fifth floors, like, substantially back, and them standing on the edge of their outdoor terrace would only be looking from their viewpoint to the, like, you can see that they're basically looking at the roof line. So I've just never seen it done that accurately before, and I honestly, like, I have to applaud our team for doing it and doing that. I know it's not, to your point, it's not going to address all the comments, but it wasn't any stock images or anything like that. It was actually properly, like, looked at and investigated.
Perfect. Thank you. I do appreciate that, and I wanted to have this up on the screen to kind of see, because I was kind of impressed that you took the actuals of the current trees, foliage, the vegetation there, and actually applied it and did some math to try and accommodate the community. So I do appreciate that, and I hope that also sits well with the community as well. Thanks so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Beal-Lynn. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Weiss?
Yes, thank you. And I can attest to the work that the planner and the architect has done. For the first time, we brought the architects in, and we had a community information meeting that was rather informal, and we've come back a number of times. And I agree with Councillor Gilliland that there's been a lot of work and effort done in here, and I want to thank Mr. Kemal for the work that has been done on this. I do, however, listen to the residents, and I know some of the issues that they still have, regardless of the effort that's been put into here. So I just wanted him to know that we really appreciate the extra effort that is being done in order to get this application through.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Weiss. Any other questions for the delegate? Thanks, Oz. That was great information. Appreciate all the efforts you and your team have done for the application. So with that, I'll bring it to a vote on eScribe.
Councillor Gardner, please. Councillor Gardner?
I'm a yes, thank you. No, I didn't go.
And just a kind of reminder that we need to have our videos on during council meetings. We'll move to Delegation 6.6, Mr. Shawn Deane, Budget Voice Aurora, regarding items 8.2.3, 8.2.5, 8.4.2, 8.7.2, and 9.4. Please state your name and be reminded that you have 5 minutes for your delegation, and the timer is on the top. Oh, you're on mute, Mr. Deane.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Chair, Council, those in chambers and those online. My name is Shawn Deane, and I appreciate the approval of the extra delegations, and I will endeavor to be as quick as I can with all of the agenda items tonight. It's important for me to be a part of my community and share my voice, and in this day and age on the record as well. So maybe I'll jump ahead to the meeting schedule for the remainder of the council term. That's 8/4/2. It's regrettable that tonight there's so many, like 41 items on the agenda, and it just puts unwelcome pressure on everyone who chooses to participate. And it brings a lot of fatigue, and it's hard, anyone who's delegated, just to prepare for one item, let alone having our part-time counselors prepare for 41 items, even though they might have a deeper history than an average delegate. So in order to, I really wish there was a way to spread this out, and in fact, cramming, staff asking for July meetings to be canceled also puts extra pressure on everyone tonight. And a lot of these items tonight with the audit and budget committee are near and dear to my heart. So I just also want to ask, why is it that staff is worried about being a lame duck in October and September, but not next month in July? So I'll let you ponder that. I'll move on to my first item, the long-term asset management funding, where all of a sudden our asset management or our tax-funded contributions to the fiscal strategy need to double. And I guess my concern for this, and Mr. Mayor is not here tonight, but for the other members of the Financial Advisory Committee, Councillor Kim and Councillor Thompson, the mayor had, and you get to see the detailed budgets, the mayor had stated with respect to Victoria Hall that going over budget would not impact the tax levy. And yet here we are tonight about to approve increasing, the tax levy because of all of the capital budget projects, and going over budget on Victoria Hall 350% and the multi-use path 50% does not help. And I have a question on the document. It was stated that there's no alternatives, and I think that's very concerning to increasing taxes. There's no alternatives. Like budget discipline would be a great alternative going forward and closing the funding gap, having a larger community discussion. If there's no alternatives, there's no hope. We have, unsustainable tax increases with the levels of spending that keep getting added, and the funding gap of $15 or $14.5 million a year. So with 8,000 homes, slated for development, and not knowing if, growth pays for growth, this requires really a serious conversation and some alternatives, not no alternatives. The year-end development charges, I guess that ties into my comment, and having additional alternatives for development charges. There's all sorts of ways we can adjust development charges, and having the province request extra administration by municipalities for a very small discount, which doesn't translate to a lower house price, does not make any sense. So I really think this requires a bigger conversation. My last point is with the waste management contract. Why is it that a 10-year contract requires an extra year and a half to go to tender? Should staff not have looked at this a year and a half ago? 3 at the 7-year mark. It's a 10-year contract. Why do we need to approve it tonight as well, when the contract doesn't expire until December of 2027? So this decision can be left to the next term of council. There's a lot of questions that I have. I'm sure council has. They haven't had an opportunity to ask them, but why are there not? We're creating risk. Not having alternatives. Why can't we go to tender now? Doesn't take long to produce a tender, especially with artificial intelligence assistance. So also the additional terms of 1 year and 2 year. Why do we need to approve both at the same time? So these are just some questions. Bear with me 1 second. And the competitive bid process, if we don't have competitive bids available at the 10-year mark, then we put our Aurora at risk. Are there not options to have Aurora independently get extensions from third-party contractors for 1-year extensions? And this document also implies that the town or the staff has already decided that they want to go ahead with automatic arms and giving GFL time to purchase vehicles. This does not make sense. That is not a concern of a purchaser, the cost of their suppliers. So there's all these questions that, and for that reason, I would suggest and recommend that council just leave this for the next term of council when there's opportunities for more questions, if there's no more meetings for the rest of the year. Thank you for your time.
Okay. May I have a motion to receive and refer the comments of the delegation? Councillor Gallo, Councillor Thompson. Any questions or comments for the delegate? Seeing none, I'll call a vote on E-Scribe. That carries. Okay, that moves us to our last delegation, 6.7, Bailey Lester. Please state your name and be reminded that you have 5 minutes for your delegation. And again, the timer is on the top. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Bailey, and this is my mother, Michelle. We are here to address the situation that had happened on May the 4th. He the friendly family Rottweiler, was killed at the end of 2 catch poles by 2 of Aurora's animal control officers in my family home's driveway. And we are here to share with each of you personally our experience and how it continues to affect our lives. Looking back on May the 4th, I was coming to visit my mom with my daughter as we planned to go for an evening stroll and to get ice cream. 2 stray dogs had wandered onto her property, and my mom had them secured and leashed at the time of my arrival. I had asked my sister to care for my daughter as I went to assist my mom with both of the dogs. Both dogs were calm, friendly, and exhibited 0 aggression towards us. We could pet them and have them sitting close against us without hesitation. I called Aurora Animal Services, fully believing in my heart that I was doing the right thing. I am now trying to forgive myself for making this tragic decision. I trusted that those responding would be professional, fully trained, and knowledgeable on how to use any equipment, including catch poles. I fully expected them to handle the dogs in a humane manner and then safely have them reunited with their families. What was to occur and to be witnessed by my family and neighbors was a nightmare, something that I would never wish on anybody to experience. What was done to Hinu was completely avoidable. Multiple failures of basic dog handling protocols, such as removing from the van an already secured animal, resulted in this beautiful, friendly dog losing his life in such a cruel manner. We have had 3 very experienced animal control officers contact us, as well as Dr. Mark Dilworth, DVM, a highly respected veterinarian, who has publicly spoken out about how this was handled by the Town of Aurora employees. The overly aggressive manner and lengthy strangling as people screamed for them to stop is forever playing over and over in my mind. The event has forever changed us, leaving us deeply shaken, confused, and traumatized. Both my mother and I are in therapy, learning how to deal with what we witnessed and dealing with our own feelings of guilt that we have contributed to Hinu's death by trusting people that have no business in this field. The killing of Hinu has galvanized many here and beyond. The entire situation from start until now has been so badly and coldly handled by the management of Aurora. Trying to make Hinu the guilty party in this scenario in order to protect yourselves has left not just me, but most of the individuals disgusted and saddened. Our trust in Aurora Animal Control has been forever shaken. And with retaining Canine Foundations to be the independent investigator shows a lack of goodwill and a pure desire for the truth. Canine Foundations, and especially the 2 individuals identified to conduct the interviews and investigation, are peers of Aurora Animal Control Services. They are not impartial in any way. They have also publicized record of using the Dog Owners Liability Act, DOLA, in which has been criticized of unfairly punishing dogs when 0 aggression has been proven. The Town of Aurora management has continued to be vague and non-transparent, using allowed due process as the excuse, but the continued detachment is only deepening the feelings of anger and distrust. The anger and outrage from people is palpable. This is only growing as we look for justice for Hinu. I ask this council and this town's management to be courageous and ask the difficult questions internally of hiring and training standards and of your crisis management approach, to listen to what the constitutes are saying and asking of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Bailey. Can I have a mover or seconder to receive and refer the comments? Councillor Weiss, Councillor Gilliland. Any questions or comments for the delegate? Seeing none. Councillor Weiss.
I want to thank you for the delegation. I know how difficult this is, how traumatic it's been to your family and your friends. I want you to know that this council hears you. And if I can just simply ask the question, what you're looking for is transparency on this, and you want something done in the near future and not have this drawn out because you're in such trauma. Is that basically what you said here today?
Sorry, what was the question there, Councillor Weiss?
You're really asking us to have transparency in this investigation,
right?
Objectivity in the investigation, and have it done in a timely manner.
Really?
That's it. I appreciate that. That's everybody's goal here, I believe. Thank you for the delegation.
Okay, seeing no further questions or comments, I'll call the vote on Eva. Sorry, Eva.
Councillor Gilliland, please.
Carries. That moves us into the consent agenda. Are there any items in the consent agenda, section 7, to be pulled for separate discussion and voting? I'll start on my left of the screen. Councilor Gardner, do you have anything to pull from the consent agenda? Or actually, you know what? Sure, go ahead, Councilor Gardner. Or are you on mute?
Okay. So we're talking about,
Section 7?
no, I have nothing from section
Okay.
7. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Gallo?
Just have a question about 7.1.
Okay, anything else that needs to be pulled in the consent agenda? Okay. So may I have a motion to approve the remaining items that have not been pulled? Okay, Councilor Gallo, Councilor Thompson. All in favor? Actually, we need e-scribe. Okay, that carries. 7.1, Councilor Gallo, would you like to move it? Okay, seconder. Councilor Weiss. Go ahead, Councilor Gallo.
pull it up for a second. My question through you to staff, under call to order on the second page, page 16, the top, it refers to, it says prior to consideration of community presentations, 5.1, council consented to waive the provisions of the procedural bylaw to permit additional delegations. Item 6.5, Yang Yu, owner of Hinyu, pet Rottweiler, the death. My question is, there was a motion, a seconder, and a vote to that, and why is that not part of the minutes?
Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Councilor Gallo, I can review the video from the May 26th meeting and make an amendments to the minutes if the motion was missed. But if there was a mover, a seconder, and a vote was called, it should be recorded in the minutes.
Okay, I've reviewed the video and there is, but I'll wait for you to make those adjustments. That was it.
Okay. Any other comments or questions on item 7.1? Seeing none.
Excuse me,
Councilor Gardner?
Councilor Kim, I'm sorry, are you asking for anything in the eights?
Not yet, we're just voting on 7.1.
Thank you.
Okay, so it'll be on Evite. Sorry, eScribe. That carries. Thank you. Moving on to agenda items or section 8, committee of the whole meeting report, June 2nd. Any items in section 8 to be pulled for separate discussion? And just remember, any new comments or questions that we haven't discussed in committee of the whole. You know, Councilor Gardner, you normally pull something, so if you don't mind, I'll just go to you first.
8.2.3. 8.5.1. 8.8.1. 8.8.3.
Anyone else needing anything to be pulled?
I do.
Councilor Weiss?
Yes. 8.4.1, 8.8.2.
Okay. Anyone else?
Could you read out what's been pulled, please?
Sure. 8.2.3, 8.4.1, 8.5.1, 8.8.1, 8.8.2, and 8.8.3.
Could you add 8.5.2?
8.5.2.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, could you add 8.4.2, please?
8.4.2. Clerk, can you list for me the items that were not pulled?
Of course. I see Councillor Thompson and Councillor Gilliland with their hand up, but I could read out the ones that were not pulled.
Okay.
Is that, okay. It's
Sure.
8.1.1, 8.2.1, 8.2.2, 8.2.4, 8.2.5, 8.7.1, 8.7.2, 8.8.4. That's it for the section 8.
Okay. Councillor Thompson?
Can you pull 8.8.4, please?
Madam Clerk, did you say anyone else raised their hands?
I believe
No.
I saw Councillor Gilliland's hand up.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Gilliland.
Thank you. I think everything's been pulled. I just hope that we're not going to be repeating ourselves based on what we all discussed last week. And hopefully it's kept to new information. Thanks.
For the remaining items not pulled. So first, can I have a motion to approve the remaining items? That's 8.1.1, 8.2.1, 8.2.2, 8.2.4, 8.2.5, 8.7.1, 8.7.2, and 8.8.2. They were not pulled for separate discussion. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Gilliland.
Excuse me.
Councillor Gallo. Yes, Councillor Gardner.
I'm sorry for interrupting. I believe 8.8.2 was pulled.
Yes, that was pulled.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, so for those items that were not pulled, all in favor? Actually, we'll do the e-scribe, sorry.
Pardon me, Mr. Chair, we are missing a seconder. I believe Councillor Gilliland was the mover.
I think it was Councillor Gallo, I believe. Okay, that carries. So if everyone is in agreement, I would like to discuss 8.8.2 first, given the amount of delegation on that topic. So if
Thank you.
everyone is in agreement, we'll discuss that first. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Gilliland. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Weiss. Thank you. Questions or comments on the item? Councillor Weiss.
Yes, thank you for bringing this forward on behalf of the residents. As I said, I want to thank the architects for all the time that they've had on this. They've shown a willing to listen to the council and adjustments to make the application to reduce density and to the setbacks, respect traffic flow, etc., with the emergency route on Old Yonge. However, there's a number of items remain that the delegates did a fantastic job of bringing forward. I'm certainly concerned with the traffic flow in this high commuter area. It was brought up. There was a discussion about a traffic study that was asked for, but it didn't appear. I think the delegate, the planner, suggested that a traffic study was done by the region, but there hasn't been one, I don't think, done by the town. So I'd like to ask the staff, while we're here, if there has in fact been a traffic study about Yonge Street, particularly about the right in and right out, and the effect that that may have on Old Yonge Street itself. So through you to perhaps Mr. Ramuno, I don't know if Ms. Fleming is on. I don't know who's on tonight. So through you.
Any staff member who can respond to that, please?
Certainly, through you, Mr. Chair. Councillor, yes, the traffic study has been completed, and as the applicant identified, a number of different background studies have been reviewed by not only town staff, but regional staff. So as that portion of Yonge Street and where the existing driveway is under the jurisdiction of the region, they took a close look at the traffic study and that intersection design. One of the conditions that the region is imposing on all new developments with access onto a regional road is to restrict turning movements into to a right in, right out situation. So they have no objection to the proposal and the design of that access. Again, it's not really going to change. It is where, it's the existing access. I just want to remind council that serve the existing, restaurant, the old Oakland Hall, which has a commercial designation on that property of 1600 Old Yonge Street, was there for years. So it has a commercial designation and zoning. That driveway served that establishment, and it will be the main access for this proposed development. The Old Yonge Street access is strictly a emergency access, similar to the emergency access that it was there that served the Oakland Hall restaurant.
Thank you. That answers the question. I haven't seen the study, and it wasn't in the report, but yeah, I trust that you have done it and staff has looked at it. The sidewalk issue and pedestrian connectivity still remains a problem for me, as well as the safety. And the delegate, Mr. Kemal, mentioned that there was a right-of-way or a sidewalk right-of-way on Yonge Street on the east side that is either being planned, or he made reference to it. And it's the first time I've heard it. So could you tell me a little bit about that? Because it's really at the heart of the regional corridor, which is at issue here, because the regional corridor should have the infrastructure available for it, and it's not there now. So my question is, where are we with respect to the sidewalk that will be important for resident movement or transit particularly going north?
Mr. Ramuno?
Through you to Mr. Ramuno, I assume.
Certainly, through you, Chair Kim. So the question of the sidewalk, there is an existing sidewalk on the east side of Old Yonge Street. What the Mr. Kemal mentioned was, as part of the future site plan application, if council were to approve the OP and zoning application, the next step would be for the applicant to submit a formal site plan application where we'll deal with some of the engineering and architectural details. That's where we would impose a condition on that site plan for the construction of a sidewalk along the west side of Old Yonge, along the frontage of the subject lands, out to the existing sidewalk along St. John's. So that would provide then that pathway for any residents on the west side of Old Yonge to go north to St. John's, and then west to the intersection at Yonge and St. John's, and cross to the west side of Yonge Street, where there is a sidewalk and a trail system. Because currently on the east side of Yonge Street proper, there isn't a proper sidewalk. There's just that little strip of asphalt along the curb lane. But that would be a condition of site plan that we would impose at a future
Yes, I'm
date.
aware of that, and thank you for that. But what I'm really thinking about with the regional corridor, because the requirement there is to have some sidewalk infrastructure that would be on the east side of Yonge Street. There's no way for people to have any pedestrian access on the east side of Yonge Street because there's no sidewalk there. And the delegate made mention that they had have a right of way, I think about 4 meters, he said there. But my question to you is, and I'm happy to see that because there's space for it, but is there space for that 4 meter right of way as you go north, because that's all environmentally protected land. So I have a difficulty seeing how 4 meters is going to be pulled off of the roadway and encroach on that environmental land, unless I'm mistaken on that. Can you help me with that through you, Councillor Kim?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. So no, the applicant was speaking to I think you mentioned a 4.5 meter right of way that the town would take along the frontage of the subject lands along Old Yonge Street, not Yonge Street, Old Yonge Street. So that's where we would then secure land for a sidewalk along Old Yonge Street.
Okay, I was mistaken.
The region has no plans for for reconstruction of Yonge Street proper at this point, but it is one of their future projects if for the next phase of the Viva dedicated transitway.
Okay. I know what we're doing in the south of Aurora with the regional corridors, and there seems to be some discussion about the regional corridor here and the density as well as the servicing of the regional corridor on the east side of Yonge Street. So I know the problem we have here is we're trying to impose regional corridor density, et cetera, on this side, but we don't really have a true regional corridor. So I have a bit of a problem with that. The other issue that I bring forward is the compatibility issue with the neighborhood and the transition. I mean, we're going in that whole area, we have a lot of single family homes. And as a result of that, we have this large building over on the other side where there's no transition at all. And so I understand where they come from. Their neighborhood has a single family dwellings typically in that area. And now we're looking at increased density through regional corridor. So I understand the problem with this. I also have a problem with the intersection at Yonge and St. John's. I mean, what we have now is 65 St. John's that has a number of new development that's underway. We're talking about 148 people here. We know that there's something on the north side of St. John's and the Old Allen Law area, but we haven't seen an application as yet. And I really believe that traffic safety is going to be an issue in that area. And if it's not an issue now, it will be in the future. And before I leave, what I want to make a comment about is something that we always have a comment about, and it's never accomplished, is the whole issue of affordability. We haven't had any of this being considered affordable, have we? Has the developer come to you and said that he wants to do even 10%, not even meeting the 25% of our official plan as being affordable? Has there been any chance to take some of these units and try to help make them affordable, or using the 30% of the gross income of an individual? Through you, Mr. Ramuna, I just want to know if there's been a discussion about affordability.
Mr. Ramuna?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, Councilor Weiss, and we always have that discussion when an applicant comes in with a a formal site plan application, so we can deal with the actual details of unit sizes and how they're configured. So that's certainly something that the applicant is aware of moving forward. But just, based on rationale laid out in our staff report, we identify this type of built form as providing the additional opportunities for varying housing types and smaller units.
Mr. Weiss?
All right, I'll take that as a no, because unless we have it in writing and we have it that they're interested in doing it, it's not going to be affordable according to our affordability index. So thank you. That's all I have.
Anyone else with comments or questions? Councilor Gallo?
Thank you. Just to the sidewalk issue, is there a echo?
I don't hear anything.
Okay, hold on.
Sorry, okay. Just the sidewalk issue. I've heard that there's a right of way. I've heard that there's an interest in doing it. I understand it's probably done through the site plan process, but I haven't heard with any certainty who's going to pay for it. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Ramuno, is the intent, as we no longer deal with site plans, that the developer will be paying for that sidewalk?
Ramuno?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Councilor Gallo. Yes, so I think what you heard the applicant say is they've already set aside the land requirement along that frontage. That would be a condition of approval. He mentioned about, perhaps having a discussion about sharing the costs. But, my condition moving forward would be that this applicant, if it's approved at the site plan stage, not only would they give provide the lands, but it would also be their cost to construct the sidewalk at the time of the construction of the proposal.
And sorry, through you to Mr. Chair, to Mr. Ramuno, how do we ensure that happens? Do you need something from us? Because I'm prepared to make an amendment to that extent if necessary. If you'll go on record saying that once you approve the site plan, that it's a condition that they are responsible to pay for that, then I'll be satisfied with that.
Ramuno?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, no, you've heard me, and this is sort of a typical condition that we would impose, and it would also be at the expense of the applicant. So no need for a direction. I've heard counsel, but it's something that staff was already considering.
That's it for now, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councilor Weiss for a second time.
Thank you. And along that same line, we had a discussion before about the pedestrian walkway, a crosswalk at Old Yonge, because the residents there are going to be using that as a front door and a pedestrian exit and entrance. But there's no safe way to get across a busy road such as Old Yonge. So my question is, have we had that discussion about a crosswalk, not necessarily signalized, but at least lit, that would be at the expense of the developer? And it can be anywhere, but as long as it attaches to the sidewalk that Councillor Gallo is talking about, and will have safe access across Old Yonge to the east side. So through you to Mr. Ramuno, whether that conversation has happened.
Ramuno?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, and as you know, our engineering staff are conducting a townwide pedestrian crossing study. So they're looking at potential areas in town for pedestrian crosswalks. I can't say to council now whether, you know, a crosswalk would be warranted in this location, but it's something that we'll certainly look at. The other thing to keep in mind is, I think, you know, community and council is aware that the region has initiated a pilot project over a year ago with respect to restricting left-hand turn movements from Old Yonge onto St. John's. And, you know, they'll be looking at moving forward with perhaps longer term turning restrictions in that location as well. So it's something that we're speaking to the region about with respect to that intersection, but our staff are looking at a townwide pedestrian crossing study.
Thank you. Off there.
Thank you. Anyone else with comments or questions? Okay. I'll call the vote.
Excuse me, Mr.
Councilor
Chair.
Gardner? Yes.
Hi. I do have some comments. I think that the developer has done everything they can to make this building as good as it can be to fit in with the neighborhood. They've gone to unusual lengths. But there's a basic fact, and the basic fact is that this building is too large for this neighborhood. There's no compatibility with the neighborhood. There's no transition. It is not, certainly doesn't fit the intent of the regional transit corridor. And Mr. Ramuno, I can't find the email, was talking to us about how our current bylaw is based on greenfield development. And now we're moving into a new phase, more urban development. Well, we always go by the bylaw that's in place. I've been asking for the bylaw to be changed. I would say a couple of years with respect to the accessory dwellings on in the stable neighborhood area. Anyway, we don't. We have this bylaw, and this bylaw is what we have to go on. And this development does not conform to this bylaw, and it doesn't conform to the York Region corridor policy. It's just that simple. And then if we add on to that all the comments from the residents in the neighborhood, I don't see how we could possibly approve this development. So I thank the developer. Really, they've done amazing work. It's just, this is not the right property for that building. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gardner. Anyone else with any further questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll call the vote on East Grime. That carries. Okay, so we are past our health break. It's 9:10, so we will take our 10-minute health break and we will return at 9:20. Thank you. Our 10 minutes are up. If you're back at your desk, if you could put your video on, please.
I think John's back. At least he's over there.
Okay, thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your week.
Is everybody back here? I haven't seen.
You see 3 videos on. I need one more.
Oh, I see. You, John,
I don't see your
Michael's here.
video on. But your audio is on.
Wendy just stepped out, so she should be back very soon. I don't know where Rachel is.
Can you turn on your video, Counselor Weiss?
Yeah, I'll put my video on.
There you go.
Counselor Yell is back.
Okay.
Can you put your video on? That's how he's telling whether we're in your seats.
We'll move on to 8.2.3. I believe Counselor Gardner, did you pull that?
Yes. I have 4 minutes.
Would you like to move it?
I will.
Okay, and a seconder, please. Okay, Counselor Weiss, thank you. Okay, go ahead, Counselor Gardner. You're on mute.
Okay, still echoing. Thanks, John. Is Mr. Serio in attendance?
Yes, she is.
Great. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, I've had some confusion, I'll say, about our long-term asset management funding strategy. So for clarity, this is what I take it as, that we are, for the next 4 years, the strategy is to increase the budget by 0.25 for each of the next 4 years. And at that point, we will be putting 2% on the tax levy for infrastructure needs. And then after that, say we need to. I'm sorry, this is not Mr. Serio. I'm so sorry. This is so, and then over the report says then over this strategy is going to take place over 15 years. So that means for the next 11 years, it's going to be increased by 0.25%. And so at the end of all of these 15 years, we will be at 4.75% of the tax levy to go to our infrastructure needs. I just not sure I'm understanding that properly. And of course, it goes to this Rachel Van
Fantastic.
Wainwright.
Ms. Rachel Wainwright Van Castle.
Wainwright Van Castle.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, you're a little bit confused on that one, Councillor Gardner. Based on, this is an option for the next council to consider, and it's based on the way that the AMP was presented to us when it came forward a couple of years ago. And what it suggested is a 2% annual increase in the AMP to meet infrastructure needs over time. So it doesn't mean that once you get to 2%, you would need to keep on adding another 2.25 every single year. It would just stay at 2 if the future council decided to go with that option. It would not go above 2%.
Oh, okay. But because it says it's a 15-year plan. So that was confusing. So it'll just, you go ahead, please.
Van Castle.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it'd be 2% a year for 15 years. But it's just proposing an option to get to that 2% with 0.25% increases on an annual basis.
So it means it will take 3 years to get to the point where we're charging, where it is becoming 2%. You said, I believe you said something like, so that we don't cause any shock or hardship, that it's 0.25. So it means that in 20, what year would that be? In 2030, we would be at the 2% and we would carry it on from there for 15 years or for another 11 years. But it still is, it's still this coming for 2027, it'll be 1.25. It won't reach that 2%. It'll take 4 years to get there. Is that correct?
Van Castle.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, that's correct. It would increase to that under this proposal. It could increase to that over that 4-year period. Again, the next council would have to weigh in on that.
Yes. Oh, yes, of course. Yes, it's a strategy. Thank you. So if we do this, will we be able to cover all of the backlog that we have for our asset management plans, or all the things that we say we need? Will it be able to cover all of those things?
Van Castle.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So by doing an annual increase such as this, it will give us the opportunity over time to address that backlog until we get to more sustainable funding, whether it be through the levy or through other governmental, like other levels of government support. It will take time until that backlog is addressed, and it might increase a little bit before it begins to decrease.
I guess what I'm asking is this strategy going to keep us healthy with respect to our needs, our asset management needs? Because you do mention, new things come on every year, and that we have a backlog now of 15 million. So is this strategy going to take care of all of that?
Van Castle.
Through you, Mr. Chair, there's multiple ways that this can be dealt with as well. So even if, when we look at the backlog today, we can also look at the performance of assets that we want to maintain and the life of those assets and how we manage and maintain them over time. You have to remember that when we did the original asset management plan, a lot of the assumptions were based on more of a financial asset life, and the asset management team in engineering now is looking at it on a more comprehensive behavior of the way the assets are actually performing over time. So there are going to be adjustments to this plan. It is an ongoing conversation we'll be having with councils over the next few years.
Okay, it doesn't answer the residents' questions. I mean, it does say in this report, there's been a decreased, I believe, decreased service level. And I think residents have noticed that, especially with respect to the roads. So I don't know if this answer is going to satisfy them, but I shall give it to them. Thank you.
So Gardner, I think my interpretation is that raising the rates as proposed is one of those ways to get to the desired result. But I believe our treasurer said that there are, different assets perform at a different rate. And so there's a lot of combination of ways to get where we want to, but certainly the rate increase is one of them. Councillor Thompson.
Can I speak again?
Still has the floor. Go ahead, Councillor Gardner.
Thank you. That's polite of you, Councillor Thompson. But it's, it says long-term asset management funding strategies. So it implies to me anyway, and to the people that have approached me, that this is the whole strategy. So this is what you're both saying is it's part of the strategy, and we'll have to wait and see what else is going to be part of that strategy. And that's just a comment from what I'm understanding. Thank you, Councillor Thompson.
Councillor Gardner, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. Certainly the long-term management of our assets isn't something new. All of us around the table have been talking about this, not just this term, but many terms prior to this as well. And this issue is not necessarily unique to us. I think that, most of us just came back from a conference where they would have talked about it, and they've been talking about it for many, many years, primarily because, municipalities in general, they own or maintain approximately 60% of Canada's infrastructure. Residents count on us for good roads and reliable water and waste systems and quality recreational facilities and so much more. However, despite supporting the majority of our key infrastructure, municipalities must maintain these assets while receiving just 8 cents out of every tax dollar collected. FCM, AMO, many other organizations have calculated the nationwide municipal infrastructure deficit around $270 billion, with Ontario municipalities alone facing approximately $100 billion in infrastructure needs over the coming decade. This deficit didn't happen overnight, and it can't be solved overnight, nor can we do this alone. We need both the province and the federal government to increase their infrastructure funding for all municipalities. And as far as I know, and I'll, have Mrs. Wainwright Medkessel weigh in, but most, if not all of the municipalities have all allocated funds for addressing this infrastructure deficit, and it's anywhere from 1% to 3%. And even then, we recognize that it's not enough unless the province and the feds help out the municipalities. It's just because of the nature of the fact that we own most, but yet get as I said earlier, only 8 cents on the dollar from taxes. But I think it's important to point out that this is really just another report advising us of the issues. Raising the infrastructure funding is one approach in which we can tackle this long-term deficit. I think council as a whole next term needs to look at all the projects and make tough decisions around not just the repair and replacement of assets and the timing that goes with it, but some of growth in new projects and whether or not we need to go forward with them or focus more on the basics and make sure that we are ensuring that we take care of the assets that we have before engaging in any new plans. These are some of the structure, there's some of the ways in which we can address the deficit and look at having fair, broader conversations around what best to do. I know that, I guess through you, Mr. Chair, to Rachel Wainwright Van Kessel, since you've come on and led the team, what are some of the things you've done to implement and ensure that we are staying on top of this strategy of managing our assets long term so that we can address these kind of things?
Yes, Wainwright Van Kessel.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So there's a number of things that we've done, not just within finance, but within other teams as well. Some of those things is that the development of the latest asset management plan that actually does identify the performance of assets, the service levels within them. It starts to identify what some of that deficit can be. The continued contributions to the fiscal strategy. So that 1% that we put aside every year, that we put most of that aside for towards asset management, to maintaining the assets, and that continued capital work that is happening with asset management. We also implemented through the fiscal strategy and the short-term asset management strategy in September of 2024, where we redirected the funds that were to pay for ATS debt. Instead of issuing debt, we put that towards asset management and used funds from the hydro reserve to pay for the project instead. And we've also looked at any debt that we complete, if it's tax funded debt, putting those monies towards asset management without having to further increase the levy. Other investments that council has made is in engineering with additional asset management staff, in facilities with additional asset management staff, to really get a better understanding of our assets and be able to do that analytical work that we're doing now to be able to better determine in the future what our asset management requirements are and how our assets perform over time. So along with this, and also the investments within the finance team as well, particularly with relating to the work we're doing in more fiscal strategy work and fiscal planning, and the enhancements that we've done to the budget process with the 10-year capital plan, including the reserve forecasting that we now do over a 10-year period to make sure that what we're doing is affordable and it's achievable over time. So there are significant investments that have happened across the organization, thanks to decision by council over the last two terms I've been here.
Thank you. And again, through Mr. Chair to Rachel, if memory serves me correct, we were one of the earlier adopters of bringing on an asset management plan. And in fact, some other municipalities looked to what we were doing from a strategy perspective. So perhaps you can speak a little bit to that, as well as just, confirmation that this is not just an Aurora problem, that, many municipalities, not just in York region, but across the province, are struggling to maintain their infrastructure.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So finding a municipality that is fully funded for their infrastructure is very rare. I suspect there's maybe one or two across the entire Ontario out of 444 municipalities. Most municipalities are in the situation we are in, or they're even in a worse situation where they don't have the funding, they haven't had the investments towards asset management that we'd be making on an annual basis. So there's still a lot of work to be done. We were an early adopter, especially with the 1% fiscal strategy levy, because that's enabled us to start working towards our asset management journey. And across Ontario, there was a requirement for asset management plans to be completed. And the final completion date was supposed to be, I believe, July of 2025. And we had ours done a year in advance of that. So we were ahead of the curve on that and looking at those short-term plans in 2024 to start contributing more to asset management in more creative ways rather than just levy increases.
Thank you. So, not to downplay the report, it certainly is concerning that, we need to look at these kind of options in order to address the deficit gap that we have. And there's going to need to be further conversations in the next term of council to address this and continue to fight this. But it is a bit of an uphill climb, and it's an uphill climb that all municipalities face. I'm certainly been grateful that time I've been on council that we've had staff like Rachel and her team that continue to be progressive and trying to find ways to address this and stay on top of us and keep us informed and give us these options so that we don't fall further behind. Thank you.
Councilor Thompson, any other comments or questions? Yeah, call the vote on each grad, please. Yes. Next item is 8.4.1. And I believe that was Councilor Gardner as well, if I'm not mistaken. Councilor Gardner, did you want to move this?
Yes, I would.
Yes, I would. Thank you.
Okay, seconder? Councilor Weiss? Councilor Gardner?
Councilor Kim, I didn't pull this one. I believe it was Councilor Reese.
Yeah, that's true.
So he may want to start.
So if we can reverse that. Councilor Weiss.
Thanks, happy to do it.
Move that.
Let me move it.
Councilor
Thank
Gardner
you.
will second it.
Thank you.
Okay, please go ahead, Councilor Weiss.
Yes, and I've spoken to Mr. Serio and Mr. Ray about this. I felt that there was not enough urgency on this with the recommendation that was made before. And so there was amendment that was provided. And so I'd like to see if you can get the amendment up there on the report so the other council can see it, and then I'll speak to it. So I think the clerk has it, or maybe Mr. D.
Madam Clerk, do you have the
Serio
amendment?
I can display my screen.
So the report, thank you for doing that. The report was really about renoviction and the value of renoviction, and that's never been a discussion or a problem. What we have in this town are 12,000 or so people that are renters. Most of them are in rental buildings that are relatively new. They're not vulnerable to an eviction because the landlord would like to evict them and renovate their place. And the problem with that is that many of these older buildings are affordable. And that's why people are living in them. They don't mind not having granite, they don't, and all the other amenities. And so the purpose of this is to, number one, have a part-time contract administrative support person to administer and support the program, as well as staff coming back no later than Q4 of 2027 for the implementation of a program and propose the next steps that will include a bylaw. So there's not much different here except the moving of the person who's going to administer this, have them involved as a tenant support person, learn about the development of the bylaw, work with the bylaw and our legal team, and bring a bylaw back to us so that it can be implemented. And the purpose of that bylaw is to make sure that when an eviction occurs, and the eviction occurs because of an updating, that the tenants are protected. We have to protect the affordable rental properties that we have now, and this is simply a way to do it. So I'm in favor of this support pilot project with a part-time administrative support that's being funded out of the tax stabilization. And I think that we've had a conversation with Ms. Wainwright by Kessel about doing that. And then that person working with bylaw and our legal team to bring the bylaw back for council's consideration in the next term. I would prefer that this comes before Q4 of 2027, but at least no later than Q4 of 2027. I know the staff is interested in managing employee time, but this is an important thing for those people who are on the cusp of eviction and may become homeless, as we have in some cases been identified through some of the delegations that have come to council. So I hope the council can approve this small amendment and direct staff to start down this pathway.
Thank you, Councillor Ruiz. Anyone wishes to speak or comment on the amendment?
Councillor Kim, I don't think you can see my hand is raised.
I see it now. Thank you. And Madam Clerk, would it be okay to put up the amendment so we all know what we're referring to?
Yes. Could we get a seconder for the amendment?
Sure.
I second.
Sorry. Okay, Councillor Gardner seconds it. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Gardner.
I used to say that this is a town with a heart, and I would like to prove that. We have a lot of vulnerable renters. I can't remember the number. It's in the thousands anyway, and they are, however you look at it, at the mercy of their landlords. And these renters, some who have been renting for many years, this is their home. And we need to protect them. So I thank Councillor Weiss very much for putting this forward. I think this is a small sum of money compared to the care it hopefully will take of many vulnerable people in Aurora. And again, thank you, Councillor Weiss. I know you've worked on this a lot and very hard. And I think it's generally appreciated.
Anyone else with comments or questions? Councillor Gilliland.
Thank you. I mean, I get what we're trying to do. I'm really having a hard time with this amendment, struggling with some of the language in here, like that we are going to implement and that we're going to hire and we're taking funds from tax stabilization. It's, to me, I feel like there's still a lot of unresolved questions about, whether or not this is actually going to be helping the town or the problem that we have here. I just feel like there's some information there that we're still kind of missing about this. And I'm not really quite sure what that is. I feel like we're jumping the gun so fast to be implementing and approving, hiring extra staff. If this was something to where we were going to report back and look at what implementation would look like or what the pros and cons are of that, I would like to see a little more information about that. I believe that some of the big city mayors had also looked at this, which was something that was discussed. And from my knowledge, because this has been floating around already, it's something they decided not to do for various reasons. And one of the biggest ones was that it could actually deter landlords from actually doing any type of improvements to any of their properties, and would deter them to even wanting to make any sort of investment, and could actually encourage landlords to let properties become disheveled or unkempt or just no real investment at all. So I think there's a delicate balance that can be had here. I don't know what that looks like, but I feel like we're kind of swinging the pendulum from one side to the other in a really strong way without understanding what that balance is in the middle as of yet. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Ray, if he's online, or Mr. Sari, who would like to speak to this. I would like to have a little bit more staff's opinion on this, as I kind of feel like maybe staff's not in the supportive of this at this time, or if you could maybe shed a little more information about what I'd said about the other municipalities or the major municipalities who did not go ahead with this, and maybe explain why. And I'm sorry, I'm asking you a question kind of like off the cuff here without having any kind of offline conversation first.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Councillor Gilliland, I'll try and answer those. If I miss something, just remind me. Staff, myself and Mr. Serio have met with Councillor Weiss to discuss sort of the work that he's put in here. And this amendment was sort of an update to the original recommendations, which I would probably best describe as starting with dipping our toes in the water as opposed to running right in and starting to try to swim. We feel that it's an opportunity, if council supports this motion and recommendation, to try and gather some data and really understand what this type of program would look like and what the needs would look like over the course of the 1 year, as opposed to the larger ask of trying to bring on enforcement staff, etc., and then sort of putting the cart before the horse. In terms of your comments and questions around what other municipalities have done, it's been a mixed approach. Some of the larger municipalities have proceeded forward. The City of Toronto, the City of Hamilton, the City of Mississauga, City of Waterloo have proceeded forward. The matter is currently being studied in Sarnia. The City of St. Catharines rejected this type of program. And then to kind of view the concerns about landlords potentially not investing or not maintaining, and sort of that delicate balance. We do have our property standards bylaw. So in a situation where we started to see decay, if a complaint came in or officers noted something that was, obvious of concern, that would be addressed through the property standards bylaw. It could potentially create a situation where the bylaw is then used to try to evict tenants to do that type of work, which sort of puts us in this circle. But the experience from larger municipalities, and I'm drawing specifically on Toronto's experience just based on volume, and then obviously we can scale down proportionately, was that they received about 650 complaints, and of those complaints, 3 of them were legitimate licensable renovictions, and that information I believe is contained in either the report that came to GC on the last cycle or the initial report.
Councillor Gilman.
Thank you. Okay, I have a few more questions on that. First of all, I want to know, through Mr. Chair to Mr. Ray, how much time does staff need to pilot this, if that is something that moves forward, to gain some insight as to whether or not this is something that's working and something really we want to do? The way the motion is written right now, there is no timeline really associated with the pilot. There's no timeline associated with this contract position either. If you could weigh in, that would be great. I'm not in favor of just arbitrarily hiring staff. I thought we'd do a hiring freeze, and wanted to try and hold ourselves to that. So, I do believe we need to be very responsible with the staff hiring part.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Gilliland. So with staff reporting back at the end of, at the latest, at the end of 2027 Q4, that would be the timeline basically between the opportunity we have to complete a job description, recruit for the position, and then onboard that person, and the end of 2027 to gather that data. So I would say that it's approximately going to be a 1-year window, maybe a year and a half at the absolute stretch. To Councillor Weiss's initial comments, he obviously would prefer this to come back as soon as possible, but I think that there's relevancy in making sure that we obtain the most accurate and most detailed and relevant data. So reporting in Q4 would probably be more opportune to paint the entire picture for council in terms of what the demand looks like, what the questions we're asking looks like, and then taking the next appropriate steps as to terminating the potential program moving forward, or asking council for their support in implementing a bylaw and potentially additional staff, or remaining with what council provides us.
Mr. Gilman?
Thank you. Okay, I get what you're saying, and I just have, I have so many questions. So the other one is, how much of an issue do we actually have in Aurora with this type of renoviction? I know we have this one example with this property. We've had quite a bit of delegation about this one property, and I'm only saying this because I feel like, again, we're hiring staff, and a year and a half commitment. So it's a two-part question. How big of a problem is, renoviction? I'm not talking about anything else with renters or illegal basements or anything like that. I'm just talking about renovictions. How much of a problem do we have? And then the second question is, can we not have staff do a pilot of sorts to figure out if this is something that is worth us doing moving forward without hiring anybody and reporting back quickly? And then at that point, doing an assessment, saying, you know what, we've done an assessment. We feel we've got under control what we had. It's not as big of a problem as we thought. Like, I'm just shooting from the hip here. Like, I don't know, but I feel like it's a really big step to be investing a year and a half to maybe even 2 years on something we really didn't even know whether or not it's that big of a problem. To compare us to Toronto, to Aurora, I just don't think is a fair comparison. So, Mr. Ray, if you could just let me know whether or not this is something that if we wanted to do, we could do without hiring staff, and come back in 6 months, and come back and have the next term of council decide whether or not they want to make that investment. And then we'll have a good idea whether or not this is something that is a huge problem.
Mr. Ray?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Gilliland. So the data that we were able to obtain from Tribunals Ontario, based on N13s, which are the renoviction notices that would be provided to tenants, indicate that there is between 5 to 7 of those notices that have been filed in Aurora specifically over the last 5 years. In relation to those specific properties, without disclosing addresses, some of them have been demolished as part of redevelopment applications, and they just simply do not exist anymore. They've been replaced with intensified housing or different uses. And familiarity from staff is that one address was an illegal basement apartment that did not return back to that type of use. So, on average, we're looking at probably between 1 to 1.2 quote unquote renovictions on an annual basis. In terms of your questions surrounding staffing, genuinely the issue is administratively we need the support to help research this, write the bylaw. We are administratively stretched. We have 2 people at this point, and call volumes continue to increase. So it's not something that I can really put on existing staff. That's why we looked at this from a part-time sort of contract position, so that we could at least utilize the person. And then if not needed, then at the end of this exercise, they would no longer continue.
You're going?
Thank you. Okay, so from what I'm hearing is that there's been between 5 and 7 incidents in the last 5 years. And one of them was an illegal basement, which is probably a good thing. The person was no longer there because of other safety things. And then the others were because there's other development. So, and the building doesn't even exist anymore. So I'm just struggling with like the one person per year, and I'm just struggling with the fact that we're going to be spending a lot of money on hiring new staff or something. I'm going to listen to somebody of my other colleagues around the table, what they're saying. I'm really not convinced on making a big commitment like this in the way that it's written. I think if it was a bit softer, then maybe I would be more comfortable with it.
Thank you, Councillor Gilliland. Councillor Thompson for the first time.
Thank you. You know, I think I share a little bit of that same struggle. The motion calls for us to implement the program, but you know, based on the report and you know the limited information that I have, I'm still not sure what the support pilot program can and can't do. I know Mr. Serio speaks about it in the report, and Mr. Ray does as well, and the fact that you know municipalities are limited in what we can do because landlord-tenant law is provincial in terms of jurisdiction, and many things are covered under the Residential Tenancy Act. And so, you know, this is where I struggle because, you know, I want to be able to manage expectations, and I really don't know, you know, is this program going to achieve what we think it's going to achieve or not? Where are the limitations, what it can and can't do? You know, I'm open to pursuing it, but the language within the recommendation says we implement it today if it gets approved, and to me there's still that some of that uncertainty. You know, I'd love for Mr. Ray to you know spend a little bit more time and provide a little bit more detailed information about you know in terms of those objectives and those expectations of what a pilot program can achieve, what it can achieve, and look into it, because I think you know there are some definitive things because of the provincial legislation that really restrict our abilities. And I wouldn't want the residents to think, great, the municipality now has this pilot program and that's going to help me out, only to find out at the end of the day that no, this program wasn't geared to be able to do that because provincial legislation takes precedence. So perhaps through you, Mr. Chair, to Ms. Desario, can she just sort of expand a little bit about you know the provincial legislation and talk a little bit perhaps about some of the things that this program wouldn't be able to do?
Mr. Serio?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I actually think the best person to have that response would be Alex, Mr.
Perfect.
Ray.
Okay, Mr. Ray.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. So the legislation from the province right now, there's draft legislation that could potentially deal with this in the future. It has not received assent and it has not currently gone through Queen's Park for royal assent. So based on the current provisions of the Residential Tenancies Act, if a tenant is served with a notice for the purpose of eviction for renovation, they would essentially end up before the landlord-tenant tribunal. That process does exist right now. The tenants often face significant delay at the tribunal. So in speaking with Councillor Weiss and trying to work through this motion, the thought process is that the individual being requested as part of the motion would help liaise tenants to the appropriate processes, be it pro bono legal aid systems or ensuring that proper building permits are obtained in necessary cases of significant renovation, and to advise them of places where they can connect with to ensure that their legal rights are sort of being adhered to, while also trying to strike a balance that this person will not be providing legal advice, and in essence is almost aiding in navigating the system as a whole.
Mr. Thompson?
You know, thank you, and that helps to some degree. But I think there's still many other questions I and maybe others have around the table in terms of the limitations of the program. And so I think you know, I get we're challenged from a time perspective, you know, in terms of our meeting schedule and the end of the term, but I don't know if I'm comfortable implementing the program as opposed to, you know, getting something back in a little bit more detail to describe what that support pilot program looks like and address some of these questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Weiss for a second time.
Yeah, thanks, and I appreciate the comments that are being made around the table. The purpose of this is.
I think you're still on mute, Councillor Weiss.
Sorry. There we go. As I said, I appreciate the comments that are being made around the table, and I know everybody would like to have assurances that this is going to work and that we're going to be able to save money and all the rest of the things that all of the other councils have said. This is new. It's a pilot. The province has been wrestling with this for 2 years now, and they've not brought forth anything that would be helpful when people are being evicted for renovation purposes. And in fact, when they go to the LTB, the term of renoviction doesn't even come up. The issue is that they are being evicted, and is the eviction because the landlord wishes to improve their property, and they have a right to do that. What we're talking about here in a renoviction bylaw is that they must go through a step. A landlord must go through a step that says, and it maybe belongs in business and building code, that when they want to have they want to renovate, they have to prove that the renovation is not going to be evicting vulnerable people, and that when they come back, they're going to be offered the rent at a reasonable rate before. Because what happens is that these people are being evicted. They are given maybe 3 or 4 months. That's what the landlord tenant board talks about. Or what is right in terms of the landlord offering them some compensation for leaving. And in many cases, they're giving cash on top of it. And this is, again, happening in the places that Mr. Ray talked about. We really don't have one for the smaller cities, towns like ourselves. And what this is all about is to be a leader in this so that the 12,000 people that are here, and again, many of them are not vulnerable, but many of them, some of them are. And in a couple of cases, these are elderly people who've been living in an apartment for maybe 10 years, 15 years. They have very low rental rates. If they are asked to move, they're out of a home. And so all I'm asking for is some interest in trying to help people who may be facing this in the future and be a leader and not a follower. And I think it's time for us to do that in this community. We have very good landlords in this community, and many of the good ones are not even thinking in this way. But some of them maybe are thinking about changing, and they're not worried. They're not so worried about the effect on the tenants, and that's our job. I think we're a legislative body here. We should be here trying to make bylaws that help our rental stock, our affordable rental stock, and the people who live in them.
Thanks, Councillor Weiss. Anyone else with comments or questions on this? Councillor Garner, are you raising your hands?
You talking to me?
Yes, I thought you were raising your hands because you wanted to speak.
I was, when somebody's speaking in the council chamber, I have to take the volume down or I get a double blast. No, I wasn't going to, but I will take the opportunity to support Councillor Weiss's argument. I think it's valid. I think it shows we care about all of our residents, and I just think it's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Gardner. Councilor Gilliland, is your hand up from the last time, or is this a new? Okay. You have the floor, Councilor Gilliland.
Thank you. I mean, I'd like to see the amendment up on the screen, actually. I hear there's some language that's being said, like, you know, caring for our town and caring for Aurora, and like, but by all means, my comments are not at all saying we're not caring for our residents, but I am concerned that we're putting the cart before the horse. I don't know what this policy looks like. Councillor Weiss had stated some very specific things that would be implemented in this policy. There were the objective of what the specific things in that policy. Typically, you know, we would get a policy, we would look at it, review it, and we would decide whether or not this is something we want to support within our town and make that bylaw happen. But right now, it's the way it's worded in this motion is that we're just implementing it without really understanding the nuances and what those consequences are. And I want to support this, but I don't. The language for me has got to change. I think there's got to be some reporting back what the policy would look like and what that would and how that would work in Aurora and for a small town. But to go arbitrarily just implement it with a broad stroke and start hiring people, I just think it's too soon, too fast without knowing what we're actually approving. I think we spent more time going in the weeds of a fence bylaw and changing some housekeeping words. And, you know, this is a really big bylaw that we're considering today. And I feel that I need to have a little more information, Councillor Weiss. I'm sorry. I know you brought this thing forward. You worked hard on it. And I think it's a great initiative, but I still would need, for me, I need a little bit more information as to what it actually means that we would be doing in that consequence on both sides of the spectrum. If you're willing to change some of that language, that would afford staff to come back and let us know what the policy would look like if we were interested in doing that, then, you know, I would be in favor of that. But I can't, in this particular time, in my position would be, I wouldn't want to be implementing and I wouldn't want to be hiring staff.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Gilliland. You know, in reading the amendment, I know that the amendment is well intended. There's certainly an immediate need in the one location, but the amendment doesn't have sufficient language that gives me confidence that it's going to do what it was meant to do. So I know there's time sensitivity to this, but the way it's worded, I'm not sure that I can confidently be in support of this as is. Any other comments or questions for the first or second time? Okay, I'll call the vote on the amendment. On e-scribe, please. Okay, that's been defeated. Back to the main motion. Any comments or questions to the main motion? Okay, seeing no raising of hands. I'll call the vote on the main motion. E-scribe. Okay. That carries. Next item is item 8.4.2. I believe, Councillor Gallo, that was your poll. Would you like to move it?
I do, and I have an amendment as well.
Okay, someone like to second it? Councillor Thompson? Go ahead, Councillor Gallo.
Thank you. It's related to the Cannabis Retail Review Task Force that the amendment is, and staff has it, I'll read it as well. The council directs staff to conduct a survey of residents and businesses located within a specified distance of licensed cannabis retail stores in Aurora and provide the results to the Cannabis Retail Review Task Force prior to its meeting. Basically, the committee, the task force wanted this type of information, and as it cannot direct staff, that's why this is here tonight.
If I may, Councillor Gallo, what is a survey about? It just states to conduct a survey.
It's directing staff to conduct that survey and provide the results to the task force.
Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Gilman? Comments or questions to the amendment? Okay, no comments or questions on the amendment. I'll call the votes.
See Councillor Weiss.
Okay, sorry, Councillor Weiss, go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you. And I'm on the task force with Councillor Gallo. And to provide some additional information on this, when we did the original survey, it was spread out around town, and there really wasn't very much in the survey that was beneficial in making decisions about what to do on the task force. So this is to identify the location around the particular areas that we have where the retail outlets are, to see whether the residents and the businesses around there have better and more accurate information. I don't think this is any different survey or much different survey than the previous one was. It's not going to take an awful lot of time for them to do this, but they felt that they didn't have a targeted sample, and they needed a better sample to bring back because the original sample just wasn't valid in their opinion. So I think this is the right thing to do in order to get the adequate information that we need for the task force to be able to hone in on the things that need to be done. What we found was that in many cases there weren't very many objections, but in some cases there were very high amounts of objections, and we just want to be able to parse those out by a survey. If we don't have the data, we can't make the decision very well.
Thanks, Councillor Weiss. If there's no one else to comment on the amendment, I'll go back to Councillor Gallo.
Yeah, just to quickly, we've confirmed with communications department that they have the ability to conduct this survey prior to the next meeting of the task force.
We'll take that on. Ms. Smith? Carly here, or can someone in staff? Oh, there's Carly.
Yeah, through you, Councillor Kim, to Councillors Gallo and Weiss. Yeah, we can definitely conduct a survey. I think I'll touch base with both of you to understand a bit more about what that specified distance is that you're looking at around the cannabis retail stores. But we can definitely conduct a survey for you.
Councillor Gallo?
Great.
Any other comments or questions on the amendment? Okay, so we'll call the vote. That carries. Going back to the main motion, any comments or questions on the main motion?
I did have another comment. Under sec 2A, that the July cycle be canceled. I have a proposed motion that'll be asking support in new business that speaks to an additional special meeting in July, should it be approved. I'm fine with this. Obviously, we can add meetings if we need the necessity. This is a scheduled meeting, but I'm looking in my motion once you see it to add a special meeting in July.
Okay, so are you asking that we're going to want to put that on new business?
Yes, that's right. I emailed the copy of it to everyone.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Gallo. Okay, call the vote on the main motion.
Sorry, can we put up what we're voting on? Sorry, I'm a little confused here. A lot of echoing going on.
Madam Clerk, can you put up the main motion, please?
Okay. We were just talking about something else there, and it wasn't related to this. Okay.
Where's the amendment? How can we get there?
So the scribe?
Yeah, it's there.
Are we just, okay, we're voting?
Yes.
Awaiting Councillor Weiss.
That carries. Before we go to the next item, can I have a motion to extend? It's 10:26. I suspect we're going to be going on until at least 11, as we have another 5 items. Okay, Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Weiss. Call the vote. I guess that needs to be done on eScribe.
Or you could do it through a show of hands.
And just show of hands to extend this meeting for another 30 minutes. Okay, that passes. Next item is item 8.5.1. Councillor Gallo, I believe that is yours. Would you like to move it?
It's mine.
Sorry. Okay. Councillor Gardner, a seconder. Councillor Thompson. Go ahead, Councillor Gardner.
Thank you. We talked about this at the committee of the whole about the reporting process. And I thought that it was agreed that reports from conferences would be done within the next council cycle. Because we want the information brought to us to be as helpful as possible, as pertinent as possible. And I believe that the council cycle following the conference or event attended.
Amendment then?
Yes. It's just the amendment would be,
Councilor Gardner with the wording of that, and maybe put it up.
it should just be in the next council cycle. The third bullet.
I'd like to know what it already was, because I thought that's what it was. Sorry, Chair, but
It says in the town's semi-annual reporting of your remuneration and expenses for members of council. Like it has nothing to do with that. And the information should be as current as possible. Why should we expect it on a semi-annual basis when it may not even be relevant anymore?
Mr. Chair, if I could jump in.
Sure, please do.
And Julia, can you please stop sharing your screen? The motion from the Committee of the Whole includes a report back framework, which requires the member to report back at the next council meeting. That's included in the motion that's presented to council tonight. Is your intention to change that or?
No. This is the June 2nd report. I'm looking at the June 2nd report. It's 8.5.1. And clause 3 is still the clause that was presented at Committee of the Whole. So just an amendment to make it at the next, the report back would be during the next council cycle.
Yes, and what we can do is present the motion on the screen for you to read out before you vote on it.
Thank you. I thought that's what we decided last meeting. Councillor Kim pointed out, I believe, at the Committee of the Whole, the next council cycle. So during that, I don't think that's the same as council meeting. If it is, I'm fine with it.
I believe that's the intention, is next cycle would be the council meeting.
Okay. That's great. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll call the vote for any questions or further comments on the amendment. Okay, I see that described voting is on, so I'll call the vote. Okay, that passes. Going back to the main motion. Any comments or questions on the main motion?
Thought that was the main motion.
Yeah, I thought that was the main motion.
I thought that was the
No, that was the main motion.
Oh, okay, I thought
There was no amendment.
Okay. Move to the next item then. 8.5.2.
Thank you. It's mine.
Yes, Councilor Gardner.
I just wanted
Oh, wait,
to,
actually, before you do that,
Oh, have to put it on the-
you'll move that?
I move that.
Okay, a seconder, please. Councilor Weiss, thank you. Go ahead, Councilor Gillen, or Councilor Gardner.
I just wanted to publicly thank Councillor Weiss for understanding the concern of the St. Andrews Village residents and businesses and acting on it. And it's pretty fast for council procedure. So thank you, Councillor Weiss. That's all I have.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, I'll call the vote. That passes. Next item. 8.8.1.
It's mine.
Go ahead, Councilor. You'll move it. 8.8.1.
Yeah, yes. No, sorry, no.
Will anyone move it? Councilor Gillian, seconded by Councilor Gallo. Go ahead, Councilor Gardner.
I just wanted on the record, on a recorded vote, that I do not support this simply for the reason that there is no record, and I tried very hard to find it. There is no record that York Region Council ever changed this land from employment to residential. So I am going to vote one, put that on the record and just have the vote on it. This is
other comments. Sorry, go ahead, Councilor Gardner.
We're talking about the development at Leslie and Wellington on the corner. That land was employment, and I don't believe it was ever changed to residential. So just like a recorded vote on that, so I can express my opposition.
Anyone else with comments? So I'll call the vote. Madam Clerk, Councilor Gardner wanted a recorded vote.
Oh. Well, it will be on the record if we vote through e-scribe.
It will.
Yes.
Councilor Weiss. Go ahead, Councilor Gardner.
I spoke to this at the committee of the whole because of the layout of the street. Since then, I've spoken to our traffic analyst for planning, and there is a very large business park called Aurora Gardens that goes from the curve almost up to Edward, and they don't own the land onto Edward. So it means that unless they purchase that land, that all of the traffic, the trucks, everything will be coming out onto Allaura, and add that to the traffic from this subdivision and from the plaza. And I think it's a real safety issue. So I would like the vote called. I'd like to vote against it. This is exactly at 1620 and 22 Allaura, which is just on the curve of Allaura.
You're on mute, Councillor Kim.
Sorry. So we'll call the vote if there's no other comments or questions. That carries. The last item is 8.8.4. I believe that's Councillor Thompson. Would you like to move that, Councillor Thompson?
That's fine.
Okay, seconder. Councillor Gilman. Go ahead, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. Through you to Mr. Ramuno. Mr. Ramuno, with regards to the allocation for this property, we've talked in the past about we have a limited supply and that concept of that it really should be allocated on a first come, first served basis. Is there a way to apply a sunset clause, or I think we already do that, but a way to shorten the time frame of that sunset clause to say maybe 18 or 24 months, just to ensure that if they are not shovels ready, then we're not tying up any allocation and it can be utilized for other projects that may be.
Mr. Ramuno?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. We can do that. That's council's wish. We have the implementing bylaws for this 14070 Yonge Street, the implementing zoning bylaw on council this evening. So if you wanted to impose a sunset clause, 2 years, we can certainly do that. Just provide that direction, I guess. So when we pull those bylaws, that change is recorded, and we can make that change tomorrow prior to the bylaws being signed by the clerk and the mayor.
Mr. Thompson?
Thank you. We have 12 bylaws on this evening. Do you know which one it is specifically?
Through you, Mr. Yeah, so it's, if you just refer to the address 14070 Yonge Street. I'll try and locate it.
I'll get to it by the time we get to the bylaws for sure. Then I just thought maybe you'd have a quick reference to it.
I'll find the number.
That's fine. Then I'll pull the bylaw and then I'll put forward that amendment to shorten that sunset clause to 2 years. Just to confirm, you don't have any concerns at this time by shortening it to the 2 year period? Through you, Mr. Chair.
Through you, Mr. Chair. I'm fine with the 2 year sunset clause, Councilor Thompson.
Thank you.
Councillor Gallo. Councillor Gallo, you have your hand up?
Oh, yeah, sorry, I didn't hear you. Yeah, I'm just trying to understand the rationale for this specific property versus all of the other ones that we've done. There's probably some on the agenda tonight, as well as last month. We had the one on Leslie on the east side, north of Wellington, that gave a green light right away. How come we're picking on this one to reduce that time frame?
I'd be
Thompson,
fine.
would like to respond?
Sure, I'd be fine with making it a change in general to a 2 year period rather than the 3 year period, based on the fact that I just believe that it's first come, first serve right now until our allocation situation improves. Quite frankly, I wasn't really sure until I talked to Mr. Ramuno specifically about this project. I know that in talking to him, he has a lot more, or he has more confidence, I would say, with regards to 1289 and the fact that they are shovels ready, and that he certainly feels that they will move forward quickly on the build of that. So I guess we could oppose the same restriction, but there seems to be a higher degree of confidence that it will happen within the next 2 years. This particular property, I may not share that same level of confidence, and so that's why I wanted to put this forward. At the end of the day, if they're shovels ready and they're able to get building, then so be it. There's no concern, but I just don't want it to be sitting on the sidelines when we're dealing with issues around allocation. And if council's open to improving the sunset clause to 2 years from 3 years, I'm fine with applying it across the board.
And through you, Mr. Chair, I have no issues with that if we're treating everyone equally. Had we established a rule, then everyone falls through with it. I just not in favor of cherry picking as we go when we've just given a few green lights to other applications. I don't know these applicants in any intimacy, any of them. I just want to implement these types of things equally to everyone. Just don't understand why we're starting now.
Thank you, Councillor Gallo. Councillor Gillen.
Thank you. I thought that a good point was raised about adding a reducing a sunset clause from one project to another that's different. And I do think we need to be fair across the board of how we treat everybody. It shouldn't just be one or the other. So I kind of agree with that. And then also through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Ramuno, obviously in today's climate and getting capital to get the funding to move forward, to get the shovel in the ground, is going to vary from time to time. Are there a lot of other municipalities right now that have made that change from 3 to 2 years? I'm not saying I wouldn't consider it, but I just kind of wanted to know what your opinion was on that right now. I'm not saying I'm going to be in favor of the amendment, but I wanted to have your input.
Mr. Romano?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So I believe we're still one of the first municipalities to impose sunset clauses. I know there are other municipalities who are aware of what we are doing here, what council is doing with respect to sunset clauses. I'm just not sure how many have actually followed through in imposing them. Again, with respect to Councillor Thompson's request, and that bylaw number is 12.7. I think this applicant is also anxious to get moving, but with respect to this application on Yonge Street, it has been sitting around for years, probably more than a decade, with some allocation. So it is one of those applications that has approvals dating back years and has been banking on the first portion of allocation. But again, I'll take direction from council. If you want to do lower the sunset clause to 2 years for only this one applicant, or right across the board moving forward.
Councillor Gillen?
Thank you. Okay, I understand, and I haven't really looked at this history of this property, although it sounds like you're confident they're going to go forward. But again, like I just don't feel like we should just be cherry picking. I'm glad that we have a sunset clause, and in fact, I think it's Councillor Thompson's idea to put a sunset clause, if I'm not mistaken. But I just feel like I don't want to be pinpointing somebody out tonight just for the sake of pinpointing somebody. And if we want to look at shortening that term, then we should look at that and what that effect or consequence of that could be. I think we all know what the intent of it is. But I know, having talked to some industry too, that sometimes the capital of the market might dictate. And I certainly wouldn't want to be too harsh with the going from 3 to 2 on a broad stroke. And I think that would require a separate motion anyway, if we were going to make that change. So where I stand on this particular one, I prefer not to cherry pick.
Any other comments? Okay, Bill, call the vote, please.
Is this on an amendment or no amendment? Mr. Chair.
There was no amendments. We're gonna pull the particular bylaw. Okay, that passes. Moving on to new business, I believe our CAO has,
Sorry, we have item 9. Do we not have consideration of items requiring discussion in section 9 still?
9.4.
1, 2, 3.
Oh. I pulled 9.4, I think. Did we pull all the others?
did we, sorry, didn't even see that. 9.4?
I don't know if anybody pulled 9, 1 to 3.
We were never asked to pull 9s, so.
Oh, we were never asked to pull 9s.
Yes, that's my fault then. Was there anything that anyone wanted to pull in section 9?
9-1 and 9-2 just for a vote from me.
And 9.4 for a comment.
Okay. Okay. 9.1. Councilor Gallo, you'll move it.
I won't be supporting it. So.
Okay, can I have a mover for 9.1, please? Councilor Gilman. Seconder. Okay, Councilor Thompson. Go ahead, Councilor Gallo.
No comments, just the vote.
Okay, so we'll call the vote.
Can you put the motion on the floor, on the screen?
Madam Clerk, if you can put it on the screen, please.
Yes, we're working on that right now, and we're going to put 9.1 and 9.2 together.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Yeah, both together.
Okay. Thank you. Is that it, Madam Clerk?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. If there's no questions on the wording, I'll call the vote for 9.1 and 9.2. Okay, that carries. 9.4, Councilor Gardner, you pulled this? Would you like to move it?
Thank you. Yes, I would.
Okay, could I have a seconder, please? Councilor Gallo? Go ahead, Councilor Gardner.
I have a question on page 8. It says, and I agree with staff that we didn't apply for any of these projects, but it says it is important also to note that the town of Aurora's current undiscounted development charge rates remain the lowest among all municipalities within York Region. So I don't understand that. Why would Aurora remain the lowest among all the municipalities in York Region? So Mr. Gartner isn't here. So I guess then it would be Ms. Rachel Wainwright.
On staff can take this question on.
So each municipality has their own individual development charge study and bylaw in place based on the requirements for each of the towns. Right now, we are one of the lowest. Georgina has a varying different number of rates. Some of them are very close to ours, but on average, they're just slightly less than ours. The variability isn't too significant. Like our for a single unit is 40,972. Newmarket's at 44, King at 47, a few of them at 49. There is right now, Vaughan has a temporary reduction in their DCs to 0 for residential, but that is only temporary in nature. But we're still one of the lower ones in York Region. And it's based on the needs, based on the DC Act and the way it's calculated.
I'm sorry, it's based on the
Development Charge Act is how it's calculated.
Okay, well, I think we need the money. I don't think that it should be a positive thing that rates remain the lowest among all the municipalities of York Region. So that's my comment.
Any other comments or questions, please? Okay, I'll call the vote. That carries. We need to go to item 9.3, as it's the first time being discussed. We still need to vote on it. Can I have a mover for 9.3, please? Councillor Gallo, Councillor Gilliland, any comments or questions on 9.3? Okay, seeing none, we'll call the vote. That carries. We're 3 minutes to 11. I don't think we're gonna need a full 30 minutes, but can I have someone move for an extra 30 minutes, please? Councillor Weiss, Councillor Thompson, all those in favor? Okay, that passes. So we'll move to new business. Before we go to new business items, our solicitor has news on one of the investigations. Patricia?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is in regard to the animal services incident, and I'm going to provide an update. So the town retained canine foundations based on their qualifications and expertise, and that includes canine behavior, animal handling, animal cruelty and welfare, and animal control. The investigation has been ongoing for over a month now, and the team has done a considerable amount of work. So officer interviews have been conducted, a site visit was conducted, they've received a statement from a witness and have been in touch with other witnesses and YRP to set up interviews with them. They also conducted a review of the equipment, which includes the fleet and the tools used, and are continuously reviewing various notes and statements, pictures, and standard operating procedures. That is where we're at with this process.
Thank you.
Thanks, Patricia. So going on to new business, I know Councillor Gallo, you had sent out a proposed motion. I'll just go to you first.
Very convenient report. Send these out later. I do have a proposed motion. I'd like to read it out and you'll see where it goes, if you allow me, Mr. Chair.
Sure. Does the clerk have it on the screen somewhere that she can put on so that we can follow along, or?
I sent it along. I don't know if they do.
Yeah, look like, there we go. Go ahead, Councillor Gallo.
Whereas a recent animal services incident has generated significant public concern and attention with the Aurora community, and whereas residents have expressed a desire for a transparent and objective review of the circumstances surrounding the incident, and whereas public confidence in municipal operations is strengthened when matters of significant public interest are reviewed independently and transparently, and whereas council has a responsibility to ensure that policies, procedures, communication, training, and operational practices are functioning and intended and to identify opportunities for improvement where necessary. Now therefore be it resolved that the CAO to report back to council with recommendations for one or more qualified independent third-party firms with demonstrated experience conducting investigations, operational reviews, or public sector accountability reviews involving municipalities, animal services, bylaw services, law enforcement, or similar public agencies, and that staff report back to council at a special council meeting to be held in July 2026 with recommendations: A, recommending independent third-party investigators; B, the qualifications and relevant experience of the recommended firms; C, a proposed scope of work; D, estimated costs and timelines for completion of the review; and E, recommendations regarding the public release of findings subject to any applicable legal, privacy, or employment considerations, and that the proposed scope include but not limited to: A, a review of the facts and circumstances surrounding the incident, interviews with all relevant witnesses who are willing to participate, including town staff, involved parties, and members of the public who may have direct knowledge of the incident; C, a review of any available video recordings, photography, reports, correspondence, statements, and other relevant evidence; D, a review of applicable policies, procedures, training, communication, and operational practices in effect and at the time of the incident; and E, identification of any gaps, deficiencies, and opportunities for improvement; and F, recommendations, if any, to improve policies, procedures, training, transparency, accountability, and public confidence; and that the mayor be requested to call a special council meeting in July 2026 for the purpose of receiving and considering the staff report, and that upon receipt of the staff report, council consider retaining an independent third-party investigator to conduct the review and findings back to council.
Thanks, Councillor Gallo. First, Madam Clerk, for a motion to be introduced in new business, do we need to waive procedure just to follow process? Or do we need to determine whether this is one of those fulsome investigations that require a motion in another cycle, or is this low resource submission that we don't need to waive? Can you clarify, please?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to council, under section 36 of the procedural bylaw, it states that members are discouraged from raising substantive policy matters, in particular consideration of corporate policies or bylaws. This motion is quite substantial in its directive, for my advice to council is, if you wish to consider this motion, I would ask that you waive the procedural bylaw for a couple of reasons. One, because it wasn't brought to a committee meeting. Two, because it wasn't presented on the agenda when the agenda was published. And then, sorry, I'm forgetting my third reason. Sorry, and for the under section 36 where you're raising a substantive motion on the fly without council's without sharing it with council prior to the meeting or presenting it as a notice of motion at a committee meeting.
Thanks, Madam Clerk. Given the news that our solicitor shared with us, is it relevant to discuss that first before even contemplating whether to waive procedure and allow this motion to go through, or do we discuss the solicitor's information only after we make a decision to waive or not?
I think the real question is, was the solicitor's input as a result of my motion, or was it going to be provided anyway?
Madam Clerk, can you share in terms of the order of operations here? In what form can we discuss the solicitor's news?
You could ask the solicitor questions based on the information that she provided. And then if you still wish to consider the motion from Councillor Gallo, you could waive the procedure bylaw. And then if that passes, then the motion could be placed on the table for consideration.
So if I may then, to our solicitor, so based on what you heard and read on the screen, can you advise whether what the current investigators are doing now, is that pretty well similar to what Councillor Gallo motion is asking?
Through you, Mr. Chair. The scope of work that we have retained this particular team to do is pretty much the scope of work that is outlined in Councillor Gallo's motion. I can tell you that we did retain this investigating team in accordance with our town's procurement bylaw. We did consider a couple other options, but staff felt that this was the best option based on their qualifications and expertise. In our review, they were the only firm, lack of a better word, that included canine behavior, animal handling, animal cruelty, and welfare and animal control. Given the specific nature of the incident, we wanted somebody who was more specific to and had these types of expertise and not just a regular third-party investigator. Because they have done considerable work, if council chooses to redirect with another team, then the town would still have to pay this team that we've retained for all the work they've done so far. And my only other concern is retaining anybody else at this stage is going to take time. We were asked, not even asked, it was imperative that we chose a firm quickly, which is what we did. And if we do anything further, it will delay this process. And like the public, we are trying not to delay the process. We would also like answers quickly.
Thank you, Patricia. Councillor Thompson and Councillor Weiss.
Through you to Ms. Desario. Patricia, do you have a best guess on when this report by the third-party investigators would be completed and given to the town?
Patricia.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, the Canadian Foundations is committed to providing their report within a reasonable amount of time. They have suggested that they would be able to provide us with a report by the end of July. I do want to caution that we still don't know what this process is looking like. There is potential litigation. We have been advised of that. So as we do in every potential litigation, we may not be able to disclose anything further to the public. We'll have to cross that bridge when we get there. But I could disclose it to council. Sorry, I should mention that.
Mr. Thompson.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Weiss.
Yes, and the disclosure, the public disclosure is what I'm really interested in right now, because I think it's imperative that the public knows what is being done, particularly on the independent review and all the other things that Mr. Sparrow identified here. So having her make this oral report tonight is great, and I appreciate the information, and others will too. But where does it stand right now? Because I see value in us coming together in a special meeting, as Councillor Gallo has suggested, and have a discussion about this. So I'd really like to hear what Councillor Gallo thinks about Mr. Sparrow's report, and whether he thinks it's sufficient or not for the purposes of public disclosure. Through use of Mr. Gallo, Councillor Gallo.
Okay, so can we just go to Councillor Gardner for the first time, and then we'll go to Councillor Gallo?
Thank you very much. To Mr. Sparrow, there's some things in this motion that I'm not sure that are being covered. Interviews with all relevant witnesses who are willing to participate. Is that taking place? Like you said, they were, through you, Mr. Chair, that they were speaking to witnesses, but this is a more fulsome description of which witnesses, which is everyone willing to talk, to participate. So where are we with respect to something like that?
Mr. Sparrow?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the investigator has reached out to a couple potential witnesses who would like to get legal advice prior to providing any statements. The investigating team has also attended the site and are going, for lack of a better word, up and down the street and knocking on doors and seeing if there are any witnesses at home who are willing to speak to them. They have been able to reach at least one person who has provided them with a statement, but they are continuing that process. I believe that when the motion says available to speak or willing to speak, it's more in line with the witnesses cooperating with the investigation team.
And thank you. And of course, anybody who's
Sorry to
got a
interrupt,
video.
Councillor Gardner, but
Sorry.
if we can if we can ask questions to Mr. Sparrow on her comments and not on the proposed motion, that'd be great. Thank you.
Do you know if the team hired has seen any videos of the incident?
Mr. Sparrow?
Through you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm not aware if they have seen any videos yet. They are looking for videos, and they will be reviewing videos if they are given videos.
And thank you, and follow up, Mr. Chair. Will they be looking at our practices, our policies, our training of staff, that to make sure that we have a team in place that is well trained to handle any future incidents?
Syria?
Through you, Mr. Chair, absolutely. They will be reviewing all of our policies and procedures, standard operating procedures, any best practices, And they will be providing recommendations to see if there's any discrepancies or if there's any gaps.
Thank you. And are they going to be interviewing, it's not in the motion, are they going to be interviewing our staff? Or is that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, they've already conducted the interviews with our staff.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Gallo? On our solicitors' new comments.
Thank you. Through you to Mr. Serio. First off, I'm glad to hear your report. I'm just wondering whether it was going to be done anyway, or was it a result of seeing my motion?
Mr. Serio?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I was requested to do it, to ask to provide an update from Councillor Kim when he gave me the indication right at the beginning of new business.
So sorry, as a result of my motion?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it was as a result of the motion.
Thank you. And I'm glad, because this is the first time we're actually speaking of this, and I think we're all on the same page. What we want is a proper investigation, a quick investigation. I mean, taking the time it's necessary for us to accomplish what we're trying to accomplish, which is what was trying to do with my motion, because I just felt it was not moving in a direction and the pace that I felt it should, and it needed some council push. And maybe just the fact that it was on the agenda, pushing it, resulted in some more discussion. Through you to Mr. Serio, and I don't have the name in front of me, who's ever doing investigating, have they ever done this type of thing before?
Mr. Serio?
For you, Mr. Chair, yes, they have conducted investigations previously. Like I said, they have expertise in animal control. They have expertise in animal cruelty and animal welfare and animal services.
Councillor Gallo?
Thank you. And maybe to Councillor Weiss's point, maybe a special meeting or a closed session if necessary to fully flush out, because I'm sure there's some questions or some answers that staff may want to give us that they can't right now in public. I just feel like there's a very strong disconnect between us and what's going on and the public, and we need to bridge those gaps. And I think we've actually gone a long way just in the last 15 minutes towards that. But if there's an opportunity for us to have a thorough discussion, even closed session, there's a lot of merit in that, particularly because, as we all know, this is a very sensitive issue for many people in our community. And I'm not suggesting we're ignoring it and things are moving forward. I feel like I'm in the dark, and I don't want to be in the dark in significant issues that are impacting our community. So through you, Mr. Chair, is there an opportunity for us to have a closed session or some type of meeting where we can freely discuss this issue?
Mr. Serio?
For you, Mr. Chair, it was always staff's intention to have a meeting eventually. We are treating, like I said, we are treating this as we have treated every other potential litigation matter. This also involves an employment matter. So yes, we will be coming to council. Eventually, we're just going along with the process, ensuring that when we do come to closed session, that we had something to talk about. At this time, the investigation is ongoing, so there was really nothing to discuss.
Thank you. I look forward to it. And as a result of this discussion, I don't see any merit just yet in pursuing my motion. I'm leaving it up to staff they're confident enough that this firm is able to do an unbiased reporting of this incident. Let's see where it goes.
Thank you, Councillor Gallo. Thank you, Mr. Serio, for the update. And I guess what I'm hearing is that there's no need for the proposed motion from Councillor Gallo. And if there's any gaps between now and the next cycle, I'm sure he can discuss with you and propose something else down the road. For the sake of time, I'm just going to ask if anyone has any new business. Okay, Councillor Weiss. You're on mute, Councillor Weiss.
Sorry. I had a question to ask Mr. Serio, and it has to do with one item that I didn't hear in her report, and that is the activity, and maybe can't disclose it, about what has happened with the enforcement staff. Have they been suspended with pay, without pay? Is there anything you can disclose about that? Because it seems to be an item of interest, and I didn't hear it in the motion, and I didn't hear it in your report. Maybe I missed it.
Mr. Serio?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is an employment-related matter and cannot be discussed in public.
Thank you.
Yeah. Councillor Gardner?
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I need some of the bylaws pulled separately.
It's, yeah, we're already going to pull one, so we'll certainly do that.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else for new business? Okay. Moving on to the regional report. Can I have a mover and a seconder for the item, please? Councillor Gallo, Councillor Weiss. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll call the vote.
Councillor Gardner, please.
Thank you. I don't see it on my screen. It's a yes.
Okay, that carries. Moving on to bylaws, 12.1 to 12.12. We're going to pull 12.7 separately for Councillor Thompson. Councillor Gardner, you said you want to vote on certain bylaws separately?
Yes, I need 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 separate.
12.2, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Yes, please.
Okay. So can I have motion to move all the others? That would be 12.1, 12.8, 12.9, 12.10, 11, and 12. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Gardner, Councillor Gilman. Any questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, I'll call the vote.
Councillor Gardner, please.
Yes.
Yeah, that carries. Next is 12.2. Councillor Gardner, will you move that?
No, this is about 1289 Wellington Street East. I can't move it.
Okay, can I have a mover? Councillor Gillan. Councillor Weiss. Comments or questions? Okay, call the vote.
Councillor Gardner.
No. Think I need to make it different.
Okay, that carries. Next, 12.3, Councillor Gardner, would you like to move that?
If you'd call 12, 3, and 4 together, they're about the development on Wellington, 1426, 1452, Wellington Street East. This is the townhouse with all the exceptions, just east of the SARC.
Okay, so we will vote on 12.3 and 12.4 together. Can I have a mover? Councillor Gillan, Councillor Weiss, comments or questions? Okay, we'll call the vote.
No.
That carries. Next, 12.5.
This is the
16,000 Old Yonge Street. Councillor Gardner, would you like to move it?
No, this is the Old Yonge Street development.
Yes, that's right. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Gilman. Councillor Gallo. Comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll call the vote.
My vote's a no.
That carries. 12.6. Councillor Gardner.
That's the
It's Allaura
residential
Boulevard.
development on, on Allura.
Okay, can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Gillian. Seconded. Councillor Weiss, thank you. Comments or questions? Okay, I'll call a vote.
My vote's a no, thank you.
That carries. And the final bylaw, 12.7, 14070 Yonge Street. Removing a holding symbol H. Councillor Thompson.
Sure.
Will you move that? Okay. Seconder, Councillor Gilland. Comments or questions?
I'll make the amendment.
Yes, go ahead with the amendment.
Just to reduce
Oh, yeah,
the
to bring it to
reduce
2
the
years.
sunset clause from 3 years to 2.
Can I have a seconder? Councillor Gallo? No. Okay. Can I have a seconder for the amendment? Okay, I don't see a seconder here.
I'll second it, Councillor King.
Okay, Councillor Gardner seconds it. Comments or questions on the amendment? 3 years to 2 years? Okay. So on the amendments,
I have
call the vote.
my hand up.
Counselor Gallo, go ahead.
Yeah, just same as before. I don't understand the rationale for picking this over the other. Councillor Gillen has a very good point, particularly in this environment. Why would we put more constraints? If we're going to be consistent, we be consistent amongst all of them. So I won't be supporting this.
Any comments? Okay. Call the vote on the amendment.
Councillor Gardner.
Yes.
Okay, it's defeated 3-3. Remind me, Madam Clerk, we vote on the main bylaw now?
Yes.
Yes, exactly, as
Yeah.
presented by.
Okay, so we're voting on the main bylaw as presented. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, we'll call the vote on the main bylaw.
Mover and a seconder.
Councillor Gillam and Councillor Gallo. Call the vote.
I'm a yes.
Councillor Weiss, please.
That carries. Confirming bylaw. May I have motion for the confirming bylaw? Councillor Thompson. Councillor Gillan. Call the vote.
I'm a yes.
That passes.
Counselor Kim, this has been a long, hard meeting. Thank you.
Last one, so if I go this way, we have a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Gallo, all those in favor? That passes. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.